Path to Mediterranean Hegemony. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276. Join the arms race. In addition to the industrial plan, the most important thing is transportation. According to the requirements of the third five-year plan, the total railway mileage in Bulgaria will reach 39,000 kilometers in the next 5 years, completing the comprehensive coverage of all important cities and towns in Bulgaria. You must know that in 1901, the total railway mileage in Bulgaria was less than 13,000 kilometers. By 1907, the total railway mileage in the country reached 27,000 kilometers. You know how much Ferdinand attached great importance to railways. The next step is the road network. Every village is connected is the slogan of this plan. To achieve this strategic goal, the total mileage of roads in Bulgaria will reach an astonishing 120,000 kilometers. Well, don't be picky about the roads of this era. Asphalt roads are all myths, and concrete roads are treated as strategic roads. It can be used in other places. What kind of road class do you consider? Even the maintenance of the highway was done by the local government, organized by the people and volunteered free of charge. Otherwise Ferdinand would collapse due to the maintenance cost alone. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. What is the total road mileage in Bulgaria in 1901? Only a mere 20,000 kilometers away. By 1907, the total road mileage in Bulgaria will reach 68,000 kilometers, and it will reach 120,000 kilometers in 5 years. No way. This is all forced out by the World War. After all, in the mountainous area, the railway construction is really difficult. With the current technology in some areas, God knows that it can only be opened to traffic in the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. This can only be made up by roads. The experience of the previous life told Ferdinand that as long as there is enough manpower, it is really not difficult to build a road. Besides, Bulgaria is also an industrial country after all, and there are no other things. But there is still no shortage of standard equipment such as excavators, bulldozers, and road rollers that are commonly used in later generations. Although the performance is still very pitted, it is still much stronger than manpower. Otherwise, it is impossible for Ferdinand to request that the traffic department build more than 10,000 kilometers every year. It would be crazy if it was just relying on manpower. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. Alright, the Bulgarian traffic department said that there is no pressure. Their road construction experience can be said to be the richest in the world. From 1887 to the present, they have been building roads for more than 20 years. Most of the European and American countries rely on personal investment because the economy reaches their transportation, and there are not many transportation projects led by the government. But Bulgaria is different. Before the domestic economy was not good, road construction was a loss-making business, especially roads. Now that the main roads have been repaired, the rest are remote areas or branch lines. Obviously, there is no economic benefit. There is no consortium that would foolishly do this loss-making business. This has allowed the Ministry of Communications to cultivate a group of road construction madmen. In their words, as long as there is money, road construction is not a problem at all! /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. Mr. Chekhov, tell me about the plans of the Ministry of Education. Ferdinand continued after listening to the report from the Ministry of Transport. Yes, Chekhov replied. The Ministry of Education's plan is divided into 3 parts: higher education, compulsory education, and literacy education. 1. 2 new comprehensive universities will be built. After completion, our 4 comprehensive universities can accommodate more than 30,000 college students at the same time, which can basically solve the future talent gap. Since the number of our higher technical colleges has reached as high as 36, it can basically meet the demand, and there is no need to continue to expand. However, according to the actual situation, we will continue to expand the enrollment and plan to train 200,000 engineers within 5 years to solve the gap of domestic grassroots technical talents! 2. Promote 9-year compulsory education throughout the country. All citizens of Bulgarian nationality, aged 7 to 15 years old, must receive compulsory education. U00261T semicolon I U003E U00261T semicolon / I U003E3. Continue. What about the expenses? Ferdinand asked indifferently. Education is different from industry and transportation. After all, investing in industry and transportation is rewarding in the short term. After 3 or 5 years, it can always be fed back to the economy, and the overall national strength will increase in the short term. However, investing in compulsory education is a long-term job. You will not see benefits for a long time in the future, and will not increase your overall national strength in the short term. It's mainly financial allocations, as well as private donations. Of course, you can also collect some tuition fees. Chekhov said as a matter of course. How much financial allocation does your Ministry of Education need? The Chancellor of the Exchequer asked with great concern. In 5 years, a total of 1.8 billion leva will be required. Basically, this goal can be accomplished, Chekhov said lightly. U00261T semicolon I U003E U00261T semicolon / I U003E. Chancellor of the Exchequer Kennedy rolled his eyes and said neatly, "Impossible." It might be possible at other times, but not now. The situation in Europe is imminent, and we must put a lot of money into military spending. Before 2 quarrels, Ferdinand said, "Well, education is related to our future, but now the situation in Europe is very serious. Whether we invest in industry or investment in transportation, we can see returns in the short term, but the payback period of education is much longer. Therefore, I hope you can compress the time of compulsory education to 5 years. That's right, Ferdinand just shortened the time, but did not ask the Ministry of Education to cut the course content, which means that Bulgarian students have to use 5 years to complete 9 years of study content. This is obviously impossible. Then only a part of the less important course content can be cut. For example, those in art and music will disappear from elementary school classrooms. U00261T semicolon I U003E U00261T semicolon / I U003E. Fortunately, this is the beginning of the 20th century, and the knowledge of many disciplines is still very small, and it is basically enough to reduce the difficulty. Chekhov could only nod with a wry smile. Does Bulgaria attach importance to education? It can be said that it is very important. The current annual financial allocation of the University of Bulgaria alone is as high as more than 50 million levs. In the words of the Admiralty, the consumption of one university in 1 year is equivalent to the military expenditure of a fleet, and the expenditure of 2 universities is equal to the military expenditure of the Bulgarian Navy. This is really not a joke. There is no way who can call 6 June the real sun. The Bulgarian Navy has always been treated as a stepmother. In other countries, the salary of their naval officers and soldiers is estimated to be n times higher than that of the 6th Army, but in Bulgaria, apart from the slightly better food, the salary difference is really not big compared to the main force. No way, Bulgaria's 6th Army has arrogant capital, but the Navy has never made outstanding achievements since its establishment to the present. Can you be tough when you speak without military exploits? U00261T semicolon I U003E U00261T semicolon / I U003E. In the high expenses of Bulgarian universities, this is the sequelae of poaching people. If scientists are poached, can there be less scientific research funds? If you don't give people money, how will you get any results? The key is the investment in scientific research, which has already paid off. At least now, The level of scientific research in Bulgaria can finally be shown to people. At least now Ferdinand is not afraid of the technical blockade of foreign powers. Oh, it seems that the technology is already in hand, and there is nothing to block. But what about the navy? If it weren't for the air of sea power, their sense of existence would be even lower. This is also the reason why Petrov is keen to promote the colonial plan. At any rate, let the Chinese people see that the navy is also useful. Now that the arms race among European countries has started, can Bulgaria back down? /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. There is no doubt that Bulgaria must follow up, but after looking at the military spending of the European powers in 1907, Ferdinand knew what to do. British Empire £58.92 million, French Republic £4.55 million, Russian Empire £53.28 million, German Empire £54.89 million, Austro-Hungary £22.13 million, Italy £18.57 million. And what about Bulgaria? The total military expenditure in 1907 was £15.86 million. Of which the 6th Army accounted for £10.86 million, and the Navy only had £50 million. This also includes the cost of building this dreadnought, otherwise the Navy has a military budget of £300,000, even if it is not bad. Not to mention in 1908, the British have already played dumplings with the Germans. Will Bulgaria dare to follow up? In this era, the construction cost of a dreadnought, the cheapest one is £1.6-7 million, the more expensive £2 or £3 million can still be spent. With the strength of Britain and Germany, 10 ships and 8 ships are really nothing, but for Bulgaria, if they dare to play like this, what should they do with the expenses elsewhere? The result is self-evident, the Navy still has to continue to make soy sauce, and the 6th Army joins the arms race. This is also a helpless move. Who asked the 6th Army to be cheaper? It is not impossible to take into account the C6 at the same time. The premise is to have money. Obviously this is not something Bulgaria can afford. Warships are not just built, and the cost of personnel maintenance is also an astronomical figure. Geographically speaking, the main threat of World War I came from the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and it was still Bulgaria's national policy to give priority to the 6th Army. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, Chapter 277, Allied Strategy. After being busy for more than half a month, Ferdinand finally finalized the main outline of the 3-5 plan, but after seeing the final total investment, the Chancellor of the Exchequer Kennedy was in a frenzy. Your Majesty, is this number too large? 800 million leva. This is to invest all of Bulgaria's fiscal revenue in the next 5 years. Kennedy said in horror. Ferdinand's expression remained the same, all of which were within his expectations. In terms of Bulgaria's current fiscal revenue, let alone 800 million leva, even if it was halved, the government would not be able to take it out. Even in 1907, Bulgaria's fiscal revenue reached 18.6 levs, but as revenue increased, so did expenditure. After thinking about it, Ferdinand made an account with Kennedy and said, "We know this very well. Judging from the current economic situation in Bulgaria, the fiscal revenue in 1908 will probably be the same as in 1907, which means that after the Russian War, our economic transformation went well !" /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. Under normal circumstances, according to our economic growth estimates, the fiscal revenue in 1909 will at least exceed 200 million leva, and in 1914 it will exceed 300 million leva, which is normal. On average, it is not difficult for the government to spend 500 million leva from fiscal revenue each year and put it into the third 5-year plan, right? This is 2.5 billion levs, and we can also release a batch of national debt. Given the current domestic situation in Bulgaria, a dozen or 2 billion levs can always be sold, right? In the international market, It is not a problem to sell a dozen or 2 billion levs in 5 years, right? With an optimistic estimate, this has more than 6 billion levs of funds. With the remaining funding gap of 12 billion levs, can your Ministry of Finance borrow money from foreign consortia? The English and the French must be happy now to do this business. Compared with 10 years ago, the situation is much better now. At that time, the Bulgarian government had to worry about the expenditure of tens of millions of levs, which is not the same number for any project now. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003 I used to put tens of millions of levs in debt. It has to be calculated accurately, and now Ferdinand speaks billions, not without reason. In terms of economic aggregate, Bulgaria's economic aggregate in 1908 was more than a dozen times that of 1888. This is the benefit of a larger basic market. Population increased, resources increased, market capacity increased, imported resources decreased, Ottoman exploitation disappeared, traffic conditions improved, industrialization completed. Under this series of comprehensive factors, Bulgaria has formed a virtuous circle, and now it has formed an independent small economy capable of self-hematopoiesis. In fact, is it really as simple as Ferdinand said? Chancellor of the Exchequer Kennedy can say with certainty that no. Let's talk military spending. In addition to daily routine expenses, 270 million leva, about £1,080 million, for the 6th Army, 60 million levies, about £240 million, for the Navy /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. These only include a series of expenses such as daily training, personnel wages, equipment maintenance and a small amount of replacement, as well as the research of new weapons. In this 5-year plan, in order to cope with the changes in the international situation, the 6th Army will expand its army by 200,000 within 5 years, with a financial allocation of 860 million leva, about £3.44 million. The Navy will also expand by 5,000, plus the planned new 2 dreadnoughts, 4 destroyers, 2 cruisers, 8 submarines, financial allocation of 300 million leva, about £1,200,000. These are all ideals. Once the arms race escalates, the Navy can let them stop and make soy sauce, but who dares to let them stop in the 6th Army? Where will the money come from then? These are all questions for the Treasury Department to consider. What if Kennedy wasn't worried? Your Majesty, in this way, our finances, which have just improved, will soon be burdened with a huge amount of foreign debt. Every year, the interest is a lot of money. Can't we slow down any more? Kennedy continued to fight for it without giving up. Semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. Hey! Ferdinand sighed and said, I can't wait for the time. Let's do this. Let's release the news of our military expansion first, and then delay it on the grounds of insufficient military spending. When the situation in Europe further escalates, the British and French will take the initiative to come to the door, and they should be able to save a fortune at that time. Oh, Ferdinand still decided to learn from the Russians. Historically, the expansion of the Russian army was limited by finances, and he came up with rogue moves. If Britain and France do not give loans, Lao Tzu will not expand the military, and the French will fight against the military pressure on the European Big Six. Anyway, due to the conflict between Germany and France, the first unlucky people are the French. The Russian Empire has a vast territory as a strategic buffer. Even if the war breaks out, they can still afford it. The situation in Bulgaria is even better now. Anyway, there is no need to face the Germans directly. Ferdinand can also be a rogue. We will not expand our army without money. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. Even if the war breaks out immediately, Bulgaria is not the key offensive direction of the Allies. In the history of defending the attack of a partial division of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Serbs have withstood it. As far as the current strength of the Bulgarian Sixth Army is concerned, once it is mobilized, it will not be troublesome to kill this partial division. What should Ferdinand be afraid of? Although the British have now joined the Allied powers, the pressure of the Germans on the French on the ground has not been reduced, and the Royal Navy cannot go ashore. Moreover, the British did not undertake military obligations to the Entente. After a period of time, the politicians in France will definitely react, and the French will naturally come to the door and ask for the protection of France and the two countries. Anyone who knows Ferdinand knows that this kind of thing will happen more often in the future. He has already made up his mind to use the loans from Britain and France to expand the military and prepare for war, so as not to resort to military force and affect the domestic economic development. /U002617:I/U0031T/I/U03E//I/U03E. As for the loan owed due to this, as long as the war is won, it should be paid with the reparations of the defeated country. Ferdinand will not have any moral pressure in this regard! When Ferdinand was trying to calculate the loan between Britain and France, the British and French were not idle. Everyone is the elite of this era. How could they not have their own plans? Bulgaria has been able to get to this point. How could it be possible without the secret push from Britain and France? Just look at who the Germans wanted to intervene when the Balkan War broke out, and who was holding them back. Of course, there is Ferdinand's arrangement in advance, which provokes contradictions among all parties, but why is there no intentional cooperation between Britain and France to push the boat along? In fact, after entering the 20th century, the life of the British Empire was not so easy. In addition to the challenge of the world hegemony by the later powers, due to the huge gap between the rich and the poor, domestic conflicts also began to intensify during this period. /U002617:I/U0003E/I/U03E. Since the Liberal Party came to power in 1905, the London government has undergone an internal reform. In 1907, free lunches were provided in schools. In 1908, Asquith drafted the old age insurance plan. At this time, the Germans have replaced the French and the Russians have become the new confidants of the London government, but the Asquith government has still not forgotten the old enemy of the Russians. At the European State Consultative Conference, the Foreign Secretary put forward Mr. Xiong. Despite our efforts, the Russian-Russian alliance is still unbreakable. The pro-Russian faction within the Bulgarian government is too strong, and it may be difficult to change in the short term, and the Russian government also attaches great importance to the relationship with Bulgaria, especially after the outbreak of the Russo-Japanese War. The relationship between the two countries will be closer! /U002617:I/U0003E/I/U03E. Asquith frowned, and then said, "Don't worry. Now our main enemy is still the Germans, and the Russians and Bulgaria have joined forces to block the expansion of the Germans in Eastern Europe, which is also what we need. Now that the Bulgarians and the Russians have a common enemy, and the two sides have no core conflict of interests, the alliance is of course strong. But the future is uncertain. Once the Allies fall, Bulgaria and Russia will border on each other. As long as we push, no matter how good the relationship between the two sides is, it will become fragmented due to conflicts of interest. Don't forget that our principle is that the European Big Six cannot be dominated by one family. The current Germans are an example. Due to our previous strategic mistakes, the Germans have grown bigger, and now they dare to challenge our hegemony. In order to suppress them, we even have to give up the isolation policy. /U002617:I/U0003E/I/U0003E. We must never make this mistake again. Now in the European Big Six, the three countries of France, Russia and Bulgaria are still not the opponents of the Allies, so we have to support them. But we all know that, although now we are trying to avoid the Big Six war in Europe, and try our best to ensure the balance of the Big Six in Europe. But this situation is impossible to last forever. Once the Big Six in Europe breaks out, this situation will change. Either the Allies beat the Allies, or the Allies beat the Allies. The latter situation is something we try to avoid. Even if we do it ourselves, we cannot make it happen. It will be a disaster for the British Empire. And after the Allied countries defeat the Allies, they will become our new enemies, so the Russian-Belgian alliance must be dismantled. Well, when the Germans were still planning to use the fleet to force the British to compromise, and even when some people in the German government were dreaming of an Anglo-German alliance, the British were ready to kill the Germans. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. By the way, they are thinking about the international pattern after the World War. It is no wonder that after the outbreak of World War I, the German government could not accept the fact that the British participated in the war. It can only be said that John Bull's diplomatic deception was too strong! The British have plans. Why not the French? At least Ferdinand knows that there has always been a saying in France that the Allied powers kill the Allies. And France once again dominates the European Big Six! This is the core reason why the French government simply and neatly handed over the technology it has painstakingly accumulated to Bulgaria. If it's just to pull Bulgaria into the water, it's a big deal for them to learn from the British to support Japan to provide money and equipment, and there is absolutely no need to enhance Bulgaria's comprehensive national strength. At least when it comes to technical support for the Russians, the French still maintain a restrained attitude, and even require confidentiality in the technology transfer with Bulgaria. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. And Ferdinand's performance is also very in line with their expectations. Decisively refused to disclose technology to Russia, as if to tell the world that the relationship between Russia and Russia is not so unbreakable. After all, the Russian chassis is too big. If they are allowed to obtain these technologies, what will happen to the way of heaven? At least Ferdinand didn't dare to gamble. Obviously, the more important purpose of the French is to provoke the contradiction between Bulgaria and Russia, so that the two countries are torn apart in Eastern Europe, and they are powerless to prevent the French from becoming bigger in Europe. In order to achieve this goal, the French will support the expansion of Bulgaria, so as to block the way for the Russians to enter the Mediterranean. Before that, either Romania or part of the territory of the Austro-Hungarian Empire can be the bait to remove. Only when the Bulgarians are opposed to Russia will Bulgaria need the French and the British. The premise is that the strength of Bulgaria itself is not weak. Otherwise it will directly become a Russian little brother. It can be said that none of the old empires are simple. These are all conspiracies on the bright side, but everyone didn't pick them up. Ferdinand was sure that the St. Petersburg government also knew the plans of Britain and France, but they were still willing to enter the game, knowing that the Tsarist government must have its own plans. Now that the game has started, let's see who can come out ahead. Anyway, Ferdinand's purpose is very simple, that is to fish in troubled waters and reap the benefits. You can also be a thug, but you have to pay. Combining the information in his hand and the trend of parallel time and space history, Ferdinand has already made up his mind, and he has made a decision. No matter what, he will swallow the bait first. Genius website address, mobile version reading website. M.Genius website address, mobile version reading website, Chapter 278, Dreadnought, Dream of a Great Power. Compared with the clear strategic goals of the Allies, the strategies of the Allies are a bit embarrassing. As the eldest German, he is still in a daze, and regards his biggest enemy as the French, and is ready to overthrow France again, so that he can dominate the European Big Six! The remaining two younger brothers are still fighting each other. The Italians are still eyeing the territory of Austria-Hungary. Although the Germans are trying to reconcile in the middle, this contradiction still exists. Similarly, the Italians are also eyeing their quasi-ally Ottoman Empire, and even the semi-ally Greece. The Italians have expressed interest. If you talk about cheating teammates, from ancient times to the present, when it comes to Italy, it is estimated that people who know the modern history of Europe will not have any doubts. Then there is the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Joseph I's mind is still very clear now. After annexing Serbia, he regretted it. The national contradictions in the Austro-Hungarian Empire are already big enough, and the endless internal contradictions have suppressed his desire to expand the territory. In general, the Austro-Hungarian Empire is doing well at the moment, but their desire for war is really worrying. Without the conflict in the Balkans, the Austro-Hungarian Empire has no desire to fight the Russians. Take it turf. Are the internal conflicts still unresolved? The Hungarians showed great interest in Romania, but unfortunately they are still allies, and the Vienna government will never tolerate them. After taking an inventory, Ferdinand found that although the Triple Alliance is still strong in the European Big Six, they have many internal conflicts. The Germans are not British and French, and they have not been able to resolve internal conflicts through diplomatic means. So even though the Allies are now more united than they were in history, they are still Germans at their core. Austria-Hungary and Italy have their own plans, even they are not so willing to see the Germans dominate the European Big Six! Time passed quickly, and it was Christmas again. On this day, the whole country of Bulgaria was on holiday. Ferdinand was playing with a Christmas tree with four little guys. The eldest and the second are helping, the little Caesar is in charge of making trouble, and the third son Peter is cheering and clapping his hands beside him, like a victorious general, but Ferdinand doesn't look angry at all. The king's son is not so easy to be. Little Caesar probably has a good life for a year or two, and Peter is his last happy time. He will soon follow in the footsteps of the two brothers and experience what it means to be elitist. Noble education. Ferdinand has to be thankful. Fortunately, the family has a deep heritage and has a strict education system for future generations. Basically, they are trained strictly since childhood, and there will be no waste when they grow up. Usually, this kind of training is often aimed at the eldest son. So there have been many cases where after the eldest son gave birth to an accident, the later heir is a waste. But when it came to Ferdinand, he directly decided that all sons should receive the same education. The big deal is that in the future, I will create a few more kingdoms overseas and throw them out to be kings. In this way, even if there is any change in the future, the Saxe-Coburg-Gotha-Coeli family can maintain a prominent position. Oh, it's all in the future, let's enjoy the family for now. But Ferdinand was quickly attracted by a piece of news. Your Majesty, the Sophia has been completed, and the trial voyage can begin at any time. We have our own dreadnought. Xiong Constantine said somewhat incomparably. What? Ferdinand said in surprise. Your Majesty, we are the second country in the world to own a dreadnought. Constantine said excitedly after repeated confirmation. Ferdinand finally confirmed that this thing is true. Due to Ferdinand's butterfly effect, Bulgaria started preparations in advance and finally replaced Germany as the second country in the world to have a dreadnought. I believe this news will soon shock the world. Perhaps among the upper echelons of the various countries, they will not be too surprised. After all, they know that the Bulgarian dreadnought started construction in the first half of 1907. And it has the technical support of Gallic Chicken. It is not surprising that it can be built. But ordinary people don't know. They will only be shocked by the strength of Bulgarian industry and sigh at the strength of Bulgaria. Although this kind of civil recognition cannot increase Bulgaria's hard power, it can increase its soft power. What the Bulgarian government lacks now is precisely this soft power. Okay. The sea trial ceremony is scheduled for 3 days. Now we will announce the news and invite ministers from various countries to participate in this grand event. Ferdinand said excitedly. He knew that as soon as the news came out, this Christmas would change and the whole world would be shocked. After all, in everyone's cognition, the second dreadnought should be the French, the German, or even the Russians. Austria-Hungary, Italy, or even the Americans are within the scope of their guesses. The second country capable of building dreadnoughts is Bulgaria. The first reaction of normal people is that it is impossible. What the hell is Bulgaria? God's back garden. I heard that where the roses are good, that's all. Although Bulgaria has risen after the Balkan War, its international influence is limited to the Near East, and its popularity in the world is still so unknown! In fact, due to the backwardness of news transmission in this era, except for the Bulgarian people, other countries only got the news at Christmas. After the ordinary people received the news, they don't know how long it has been! As the news spread, Sofia became lively first. Of course, Christmas was very lively. This news undoubtedly adds another joy. Many people's first reaction is whether today is April Fool's Day. Although everyone knows that Bulgaria has launched the Dreadnought project, no one can believe it is completed so quickly. You must know that so many countries in the world have this technology now, and the Bulgarian dreadnoughts are coming too fast. From the beginning of the War of Independence to the present, after 2 generations of unremitting efforts, the dream of a great power is now finally coming true. Of course, this is not the dream of a big country in Ferdinand's mind. He is very clear that Bulgaria has only taken the first step, and there is still a long way to go. History told him that if a country does not have enough territory and enough people, it will never become a real great country. Can half the Balkans support a powerful country? The answer is no. Even the entire Balkans can only support one regional power at most. In parallel times, the British and French have proved this with practical actions. The ideal country in Ferdinand's mind is one that includes ... Genius website address, mobile version reading website, chapter 279, Fuse. Kavala is Bulgaria's most important port in the Thracian Sea, and out is the Aegean Sea, and it is also one of the centers of Bulgaria's tobacco industry. On January 3, 1909, the high-level Bulgarian government, envoys from various countries, and journalists who received news came together in the port of Kavala. Everyone is here, now the ceremony can begin, Ferdinand said with a smile. That's right, today is the sea trial ceremony of Bulgaria's first dreadnought, Sofia. With Ferdinand's order, the Sofia began its performance in the exclamations of everyone. At this time, the British minister to Bulgaria, Christie, looked a little unnatural. The British Empire originally wanted to use dreadnoughts to throw off European countries and avoid the life of an arms race, but the advantages of dreadnoughts were maintained within less than 2 years! And it's a rising star from Bulgaria. Of course, he also knows that there are also French and Dutch credits. /U00261T /I /U003E /U00261T /I /U003E. But this also means that the leading advantage created by the British Empire with dreadnoughts no longer exists. Now that Bulgaria has the technology to manufacture dreadnoughts, the Dutch and French naturally also have it. The manufacturing technology of the dreadnought ship has 3 owners at once, so the leading advantage will naturally cease to exist. Since these 3 countries can do it, the Germans, Americans, Italians, there is no reason why they can't do it, and at most it will be at night. What is shooting herself in the foot? The British have now felt that after receiving the news of the trial of the Sofia, the Christmas Eve of many people at the top of the London government has become bleak. No matter what he thought in his heart, the trial of the Sofia was a success. The Bulgarians present were celebrating to the fullest, and the moods of the envoys from various countries were also different. /U00261T /I /U003E /U00261T /I /U003E. This time, Ferdinand quietly left the field and went to the lounge. What is strange is that his lounge was actually in the anti-gun hole. There are reinforced concrete walls with a thickness of dozens of meters all around, and there is a whole giant steel plate on the top, and there are multiple layers of protective measures on it. It can be said that at the beginning of the 20th century, no artillery could shake it in the slightest. This is very abnormal. On the big day celebrating the birth of the Sofia, Ferdinand actually ran into the air raid shelter, which seemed to indicate that something ominous was about to happen. "Are you ready?" Ferdinand asked indifferently. The man in grey replied affirmatively. "Everything is ready, just wait for His Majesty's order to start." "Well, very good. If this thing is successful, your intelligence department should take the credit. Morka, you did a good job this time," Ferdinand said slightly. U000261T semicolon I U0003E U000261T semicolon /I U0003E. After listening to Ferdinand's words, although the man in grey was trying his best to suppress his excited expression, his body was still trembling. "That's right, he is the Bulgarian intelligence chief lurking in the Ottoman Empire, Moka Valdo. He has been lurking in the Ottoman Empire under a pseudonym for more than 10 years, and this time it has been activated." After thinking for a while, Ferdinand asked, "Petrov, what happened to the Navy's preparations?" "Your Majesty, please rest assured, the 15,000 officers and soldiers in the Navy are all ready and ready to fight at any time," Petrov said excitedly. "In order to wait for this day, the Bulgarian Navy has been waiting for 3 years. As early as 1906, the Admiralty felt that its strength was enough and was ready to attack the Ottoman Empire, but was suppressed by Ferdinand on the grounds that the timing was not ripe. However, the Admiralty did not give up. The hatred between Bulgaria and the Ottoman Empire is much greater than the conflict between Germany and France, and there is no possibility of any relaxation between the two sides. U000261T semicolon I U0003E U000261T semicolon /I U0003E. Especially after the Balkan War, the distance between the two countries is always just an excuse. After the signing of the British Protection Agreement in 1908, the main fighting faction in Bulgaria could no longer hold back. They proposed to Ferdinand many times a battle plan against the Ottoman Empire, but it has never been successful. But after the Admiralty's tentative proposal this time, Ferdinand directly agreed. For no reason, the time has come. Bulgaria has become the second country in the world to own a dreadnought. Sofia parameters: displacement. Standard displacement 19,2 tons semicolon. The full load displacement is 23,589 tons semicolon. Dimensions: length 162.3 meters, width 25.3 meters, draft 8.4 meters. Power: main engine output power 235 shaft horsepower, 4 axles. Maximum height 21.25 knots. Endurance 594 nautical miles /10 knot. U000261T semicolon I U0003E U000261T semicolon /I U0003E. Weapons and equipment: 105 double-mounted /45 caliber 12-inch main guns, 16 single-mounted 4-inch /50 caliber secondary guns, 3 18-inch underwater torpedo tubes. Armor: inches. Main belt 510.5, deck 0.54.5, turret 11.4, gun mount 11, conning tower 11.5. Crew: 758 people. Due to the service of the Sofia, the total tonnage of the Bulgarian Navy has exceeded 80,000 tons, which is the same as the current Ottoman Empire Navy in tonnage, but the combat effectiveness is not at the same level. According to the estimates of the Admiralty, a single Sofia can destroy the Ottoman Navy. In theory, as long as the kite-flying method is used, with the speed advantage and firepower advantage of the far old ironclad ships, the Ottoman Empire Navy can be slowly exhausted. This is why Ferdinand wants to do it now. Since it is applicable to the Ottoman Empire, it is also applicable to other countries. Even if there is a conflict with the navy of the allied countries, the Bulgarian Navy will not suffer. U000261T semicolon I U0003E U000261T semicolon /I U0003E. In addition to the dreadnought Sofia, the Bulgarian Navy is also equipped with 2 miniature coastal defense battleships, 1 armored cruiser, 2 ordinary cruisers, 5 destroyers, 10 torpedo boats, 3 submarines, and various other auxiliary warships. This is the entire wealth of the Bulgarian Navy. There are still a few training ships, but the combat power can be ignored, so it is not counted in the fleet. In the history of military affairs, there has always been a saying of a 100-year navy. This is no joke. Building a strong navy does require hundreds of years of accumulation. However, it is not that there is no way to shorten this time. The easiest way is to fight. As the Japanese Navy is a successful example, through actual combat on the battlefield, accumulate combat experience, and quickly form combat power. Ferdinand is also ready to learn. It just so happens that the Ottoman Empire Navy is an ideal sparring partner. No matter how weak it is, don't worry about playing /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. Ferdinand jokingly said, since everything is ready, then Morka will start, so as not to miss the time. I hope the Sudanese government will not disappoint our good intentions. Haven't they always wanted to retake Constantinople? The chance is given to them. It depends on whether their teeth are good enough. Yes, Morka replied forcefully. After speaking, he walked to a telegraph machine prepared in advance and conveyed the news, and a conspiracy against the Ottoman Empire began. Thasos Island is located at the northern end of the Aegean Sea, with an area of 378.8 square kilometers and a coastline of 95 kilometers. Due to the limited strength of the Bulgarian navy in the previous Balkan War, it did not do anything to it, and now Thasos is still in the hands of the Ottoman Empire. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. However, because it is too close to Bulgaria, the Ottoman Empire still deployed a large number of troops on it at the beginning, but in the later period, the Sudanese government realized that once the two countries broke out into war, Thasos Island could not be defended at all, and now the island has been not many troops left. Since Thasos Island could threaten the port of Kavala, the Ottoman Empire also deployed several shore guns on the island at that time, threatening the Bulgarian shipbuilding industry at any time. At this time, on Thasos Island, 5 young people were gnashing their teeth and looking at the opposite side. Yes, they were the Turks who were deported back to the Ottoman Empire by Ferdinand. Before they were expelled, they were still high-ranking nobles, but after returning to the Ottoman Empire, their good life in the past was gone forever. If they had not been nobles, they might not even be able to get along. Therefore, they are extremely hostile to Bulgaria, always hoping that the Ottoman Empire can return to the Balkans and regain everything they lost. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. Then, they were recruited by an organization called the Avengers, whose purpose was to avenge all the enemies who had invaded the Ottoman Empire, and the manipulator of this organization happened to be Morka Waldo in front of him. In order to provoke a war between the two countries again, the Avengers have already acted many times, successfully sabotaging the dirty deals that the traitorous Sudanese government attempted to forge with the imperialist countries. This Sophia's trial ceremony was also regarded as an opportunity by them. At this time, the high-level officials of the Bulgarian government gathered in Kavala. As long as a few shells can cause heavy losses to Bulgaria, it is even possible to directly get the Bulgarian king, Ferdinand. Therefore, this glorious and arduous task fell to the 5 of them. At this time, their identities happened to be the basic officers of the garrison of Thasos. Lex Pasha is the team leader of the operation team. He is waiting for the intelligence personnel lurking in Kavala to give them coordinates. Otherwise, there is no approximate location. Who knows where the shells will fly? /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. Mr. Lex, the coordinates have been determined. Do you see? A teenager said while handing over an accurate coordinate parameter. Okay, guys, for the Ottoman Empire, kill me the Bulgarian chops on the other side. Lex Pasha said excitedly. The opportunity he had been waiting for finally came, and Lex Pasha believed that as long as the cannonballs were fired, the Sudanese government, no matter how weak, would have to go to war with Bulgaria again. At that time, he will be able to return to his Thracian hometown again, regain everything he lost, and live an enviable noble life. It is useless to talk to them about the strength gap between the two sides. Besides, the Balkan War was 10 years ago. They are still little kids. How could they know the cruelty of the war? Their purpose now is to provoke a war between the two sides again. As for whether they can win or not, under the blessing of the great Ottoman army is invincible and can definitely destroy all enemies. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. Under the instigation of Lex Pasha, several young Ottoman officers did a major event that shocked the world, bombarded the port of Kavala, and achieved world-renowned victories, killing Holmenberg, the official of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in Bulgaria, and 3 members of the Bulgarian Military Commission, as well as 2 reporters from the Times of London and more than 10 attendants, and also caused damage including British. Dozens of dignitaries including Minister Christie were injured. It can be said that these Ottoman officers set a world record, killing 3 Bulgarian generals at one time. 2 of them were generals and 1 was a lieutenant general. Their victory has already surpassed the highest result of the Ottoman army killing Bulgarian officers in the Balkan War. But after receiving this heavy victory, I wonder if the Sudanese government will cry now? After the shelling, the Bulgarian navy immediately counterattacked, directly landing on Thasos Island, eliminating all military personnel on the island, and arresting a culprit. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. Of course, things can't end like this. Ferdinand played a bitter trick. How could it end so easily? Moreover, Bulgaria also needs to give the countries an explanation. You can't let people's ministers have an accident on their own territory. After receiving this news, the high-level reactions of various countries were very consistent. First, they thought it was impossible. Then I thought the Ottoman Empire was crazy. There's no way. Who said that this cannonball ended up by such a coincidence, and it happened to fall into the position of the missionary? If it weren't for a similar place, Bulgaria also killed 3 generals and injured many dignitaries, they would still suspect that this was the case. What about the conspiracy of the Bulgarian government? Well, do the show and do the full set. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, Ferdinand directly kept the cabinet in Sofia on the grounds of ensuring the smooth progress of the third 5-year plan, but brought a group of senior military officials to attend the ceremony. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. Of course, this is also in line with the rules. If the king is present in person, it is okay if the cabinet does not come. It is normal for the 6th Army to retreat during the naval trial ceremony. Anyway, so many generals in the military committee are enough representatives. If you want to deceive others, of course you have to deceive yourself. So unfortunately, this group of generals in the military committee who had leftovers was regarded as cannon fodder by Ferdinand. In fact, although the Turkish youths are very second, they also know that if they accidentally injure the ministers of various countries, there will be serious troubles. Therefore, they had to wait until they got the exact coordinates before they started shelling. There is no doubt that this coordinate is of course provided by Ferdinand Morca. In order not to arouse suspicion, the location of the coordinate is not very accurate. It's just that they are close to the mission. Otherwise the mission will be caught in a nest, and Bulgaria will not want to get rid of it. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. This situation is undoubtedly the most ideal. On the bright side, the big boss of the Bulgarian military is now dead, wounded, and the military committee is basically abolished. In the envoy, only the unfortunate member of the Austro-Hungarian Empire died, and a few others were injured, which is in line with the scene where Chu was affected. As for why the artillery deviates, it is very simple that the artillery capabilities of the Ottoman Empire are not enough. There is also the artillery of this era. It is not surprising that it is fired from a few miles away, and it deviates by dozens of meters. As soon as the Kavala shelling massacre came out, The Ottoman Empire was attacked by public opinion from all over the world. Ferdinand successfully dressed Bulgaria as a victim and gained public sympathy. And dignitaries from all over the world know that the Ottoman Empire is going to have bad luck this time. Especially Bulgaria has occupied Thassos Island and has the evidence that the Ottoman Empire shelled the port of Kirava. Even the Germans can't stand up for them now, in addition to international public opinion, because the Austro-Hungarian Empire was affected by this time. A minister died, and now they are clamoring for revenge. The Germans are busy pacifying the Austro-Hungarian Empire, but unfortunately they can stabilize the Austro-Hungarian Empire, but not Bulgaria. He was suddenly attacked by the enemy army, and so many senior Bulgarian government officials died. If Bulgaria could endure it, Ferdinand would be embarrassed to call himself a foreign power again. So now, unless the Ottoman Empire is willing to pay enough, war between the two countries is unavoidable, as all European countries know. At this time, the Sudanese government has become an ant on a hot pot, and it is in a hurry. What do the Germans say? The Sultan said with a livid face. Genius website address. Mobile version reading website, chapter 280. The war that had to be fought, the foreign minister said in an uneasy mood. The Germans asked us to compromise with Bulgaria. They said that this incident was not good for us diplomatically, so ... Humphrey. The Sultan gave a cold drink in dissatisfaction and said, how to compromise? Bulgaria is obviously prepared this time. This is all their conspiracy. Do we still need to satisfy their conspiracy? The Germans also said, if we are not willing to compromise, then we must prepare for war immediately. This time the Allies will try to contain other line members as much as possible. The foreign minister added. The Sultan's face improved slightly. He thought about it and said, the Germans mean that we will face Bulgaria alone, right? Yes, replied the foreign secretary. Then he added, the current situation is very unfavorable for us. The attitude of the foreign powers is mostly in favor of Bulgaria, and the Entente will definitely support Bulgaria this time. Even the Austro-Hungarian Empire is very dissatisfied with us because of the death of the minister in Bau, and has lodged a stern protest to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, asking us to hand over the murderer and compensate for the loss. The British, French, Russians, Spain, Belgium and other 12 countries also protested to us and asked us to be responsible for this. Sultan's face that had just teased, suddenly became embarrassed again, and said angrily, has the murderer been found out? What he wants most now is to find the murderer and prove that this incident has nothing to do with the Ottoman Empire, so as to get rid of the diplomatic dilemma. Xiong said with a wry smile, I found it. It was the Ottoman Empire's defenders stationed on Thassos Island, led by a few young officers, and they were all from aristocratic backgrounds. They are all patriotic youths. The nobles who were repatriated by Bulgaria after the Balkan War had a deep hatred with the Bulgarians. They have also publicly stated many times that they would hit Sofia and let the Bulgarians pay their debts with blood. In terms of motivation, it's entirely possible that they planned the event. Patriotic youth. Sultan said these 4 words through gritted teeth. He knew that this time the Ottoman Empire was harassed by the so-called patriotic youth. These noble officers all have hatred against the Bulgarians, and it is impossible for them to be bought by the Bulgarians. If it cannot be confirmed that this incident was planned by Bulgaria, then regardless of whether it has anything to do with the Ottoman government, it is the active army of the Ottoman Empire that is involved, and the Ottoman Empire must be responsible for this. Arrest me, the whole family who get out of here, and I'm going to punish their 9 clans, Sultan said coldly. Leon quickly discouraged this great Sultan. Now the domestic public opinion is very sympathetic to them, especially after knowing that they killed 3 Bulgarian generals. Many people regard them as heroes. If they arrest their families now, may cause ... After listening to Xiong's words, the Sultan's face became even more ugly, and he said with a sneer, Humphrey, don't pay attention to public opinion. You have caused so much trouble. If you just let them go like this, won't everyone follow suit in the future? After hesitating for a while, the foreign minister said, Great Sultan, this matter is not so simple. All countries have sent representatives to interrogate the murderer caught by Bulgaria. It has been determined that these people have participated in many domestic political groups, including the United Progressive Party, the Avengers, the Youth Officers Corps and many other radical groups. It seems that these groups are also involved in this incident. Everyone's face changed greatly. That's right, several young officers must not have the ability to plan this operation. At least someone provided them with coordinates, otherwise they would not be able to hit the target so accurately. Arrest any group that may be related to this incident. No matter what the background is, we will arrest all of them. This was Sudan's first reaction. How could he let it go now that he has locked down the mastermind behind the scenes? Even in order to account for it internationally, the Ottoman government must act! The Sudanese government, through brainstorming reasoning, finally locked the culprits behind the civil radical groups, and only they desperately hoped to start a war, and thoughtlessly thought that as long as a war was started, Constantinople could be recaptured. At this time, Kavala was also under martial law throughout the city, and the military police were dispatched to arrest the accomplices who provided the coordinates. Of course, the real culprit cannot be caught, but a lot of suspects have been caught, including street gangsters and spies from all over the world. Most of the spies were taken back by others. After all, the security work in Bulgaria was not done properly this time, and it was also the one who was at a loss. Now that they have caught people, it is not easy to embarrass them. Everyone is even. Yes, complementation is pursued. As for the rest, mine is their best home. Is it the real murderer? Undoubtedly Ottoman spies lurking in Kavala. Out of the tank, under everyone's constant request, all these people were wiped out. Ferdinand also personally visited the injured ministers and government officials, and made it clear that the Ottoman Empire would give a satisfactory answer to everyone. Sympathizing with this, the Bulgarian Ministry of Foreign Affairs also made a request to the Ottoman Empire, ordering the Sudanese government to hand over the murderer within 10 days. And compensate Bulgaria for a total of £92.16 million for economic losses and casualties, as well as £16.26 million for the ministers of various countries. According to Ferdinand's calculation, for the dead Bulgarian general, the lieutenant general is £600,000, the admiral is £1,000, the injured person is £100,000, and the other deceased's casualties are compensated for a total of £500,000, as well as the mental loss of the people present. Fees range from £50 to £000,000! The £10,000 was set by Ferdinand based on his own worth. The specific reference was the quotation made by Nicholas II to the Japanese back then. This is already very conscientious. Don't think it's expensive, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs said. This incident caused heavy losses to the high-level leaders of the Bulgarian army, and they were almost taken away. Isn't it worth the money? The most important thing is that you almost hurt our great king, and only charged you £30 million for mental damage, which is very little. As for the compensation to the ministers of various countries, if you think they are not worth the price, you can go and talk to them. Oh, in fact, for the Ottoman Empire, economic compensation is easy to deal with. The sky is the price, and the money is paid back. Both parties have to negotiate. The problem is to hand over the murderer. Everyone knows that the murderer is either dead or in the hands of the Bulgarians. Where can the Sudanese government go to find them? The most important thing is that once the Sudanese government hands over the murderer, it is equivalent to admitting that this incident was planned by them, and the diplomatic troubles will be enough to make them collapse! Although the Sudanese government knew that the chances of a negotiated solution were low this time, they still asked the Germans to mediate, and the two sides came to the negotiating table. This time, the Sudanese government was very embarrassed. Since the diplomats of many countries were injured, they were all suffering, and the negotiation became a criticism meeting against the Ottoman Empire from the very beginning. Well, everyone understands that this time, it was not planned by the Sudanese government, but it does not prevent them from finding trouble with the Ottoman Empire. More than one country has a plan to divide the Ottoman Empire, at least the British, The French, the Russians, and the Italians have all formulated it. If it weren't for the Germans trying their best to persuade Austria-Hungary and Italy, the Ottoman Empire might have been divided, let alone negotiating. Although the Allies have reached an agreement for strategic purposes, the Allied countries are now interested in dividing up the Ottoman Empire. It's just that the French were held back by the Germans in the European Big Six, and Malm is busy with internal reforms. As long as Bulgaria and the British have spare power, the multinational joint force has now been formed! Negotiations are negotiated. Ferdinand's military preparations have not stopped, and now Bulgaria is not what it used to be, with his order. In just 1 week, 500,000 troops have been mobilized across the country, and the standing army has exceeded 800,000! During the life of the Kavla shelling incident, public opinion in Bulgaria exploded, and all classes clamored to declare war on the Ottoman Empire. However, Ferdinand is still waiting for the outcome of the negotiations. After all, in such a magical country as the Ottoman Empire, nothing is impossible. What if they foolishly agree? If there are tens of millions of pounds in revenue, Ferdinand said that this war can be avoided. The big deal is to find an excuse next time. Anyway, if you want to start a war, there will never be a shortage of excuses, but it is not as perfect as this war excuse. At this time, the German government is also very embarrassed. Don't watch them temporarily persuade Austria-Hungary and Italy, but if the Allied powers really carve up the Ottoman Empire, these two little brothers don't mind taking a piece of the pie. As for fighting for the Ottoman Empire and the Allied powers, don't even think about it. The Italians have long benign the Ottoman Empire, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire's diplomatic envoy died this time. If they don't find a reasonable explanation, they can't explain it at home. How can it be possible for them to fight for the Ottomans? But can Germany abandon the Ottoman Empire? The answer is, no. Not to mention the interests of the Germans in the Ottoman Empire, just from a strategic point of view. The Ottoman Empire can contain Russia and Bulgaria at the same time. They can also close the Black Sea Strait at any time, cutting off the sea passage for the Russians. There are still a large number of islands in the Aegean Sea, and even the Germans only need to arrange a submarine force to separate the Bulgarians from the Russians, divide the Entente into 3, and strategically destroy them one by one. Everyone knows this. That's why Ferdinand is in a hurry to start war now. After all, history has changed. In the history of the Balkan Wars, the Greeks gained most of the islands in the Aegean Sea and added the Allied powers. Later, Britain and France launched the Battle of Dardanelles in an attempt to open up the line of communication with the Russians. But what about now? Although Bulgaria has joined, it can be seen from the map that Bulgaria's exit to the Mediterranean Sea may be blocked by the Italians at any time. Then after the outbreak of the World War, the passage of the Aegean Sea is still the lifeline of maritime transportation for the Russians, and it is also the lifeline of maritime transportation for Bulgaria. If these islands were not captured, Ferdinand was very suspicious. After the war broke out and was blocked, Bulgaria would have to pretend to be a grandson and be a turtle until the war was won. No way. Now Bulgaria's basic board is so big, once the World War breaks out, the consumption of strategic materials will go to the sea. According to the estimates of the General Staff, the strategic materials that can be provided in China, coupled with the advance reserves, can support the defense of 2 or 3 million troops, and it can still last for 4 or 5 years. If attacked, they will also feel the material distress faced by the Russians and Austria-Hungary in World War I! Although the Germans have not yet considered that a world war will break out, they still hope to keep the Ottoman Empire as an ally, so as to reduce the pressure on the Allied countries in the European Big Six! Genius website address, mobile version reading website, chapter 281. Where is the bottom line? Bulgaria has a reason to have to fight. And the Ottoman Empire also has to fight now. After the failure of the Balkan Wars, the Ottoman Empire carried out a top-down reform that, on the surface, was successful. After this reform, the Sudanese government increased its comprehensive national strength in a short period of time and established a modernized army. At the same time, Nationalism in the country has also begun to flourish. If you look at the endless radical groups in the country, you will know that the interior of the Ottoman Empire is not so stable. For the Sudanese government, launching a war to divert internal conflicts is also a good choice, but this time should not be now. At least the navy of the Ottoman Empire, they do not want a war with Bulgaria until the reconstruction is completed. However, it is a pity that Ferdinand will not give them this opportunity. After the Kavla shelling incident, the Sudanese government knew that the war was about to break out ahead of schedule. That's right, this shelling incident was mistaken by the Sudanese government as a domestic radical group. They think that the domestic radicals have been unable to hold back and desperately want to start a war. Even if the problem is solved this time, the radicals will continue to create troubles. Unless the domestic radicals can be wiped out, this kind of thing is inevitable. It is impossible for the Sudanese government to wipe their butts for them all the time, at least for now. The Sudanese government can no longer hold back. As for the astronomical compensation of up to £100 million proposed by the Bulgarians, it is absolutely impossible for the Sudanese government to pay. Oh no. The normal operation is all into the pockets of officials. The ancestral magic skill of floating foam has now been brought to the extreme by the bureaucrats of the Ottoman Empire, returning to the realm of simplicity. Although the Sudanese government has carried out a reform, the nobles are still nobles, and officials are still officials. People have not changed, and of course their essence cannot be changed. Ferdinand was ready for war, and the Bulgarian diplomatic delegation was simply sent to deal with the matter, so he naturally didn't care about the outcome of the negotiations. But the Sultan can't do it. The Ottoman Empire attaches great importance to this negotiation. Even if Bulgaria cannot be settled, at least other countries must be settled, right? To put it simply, it's a one-on-one fight. And a group fight is fine. The Ottoman Empire has always been close to the European continent, and the Sultan still has some knowledge. He can't do anything about the declaration of war by the nations. Even though there are only a dozen or so countries involved now, the Ottoman government resolutely said, "Coward. If you can't afford it, you can't afford it." Whether it's an apology or compensation, it's all negotiable, as long as it's not too much. I agree. How is the negotiation going? Sultan asked with concern. The Prime Minister said very embarrassedly, "The negotiation is not going well. The British have approved the compensation request made by Bulgaria. They believe that the compensation amount for the diplomats set by the Bulgarians is in line with their worth. And it has also won the support of representatives of many countries, and ordered us to compensate for the losses as soon as possible, including the Austro-Hungarian Empire." I can't blame the Austro-Hungarian Empire for pitting teammates. After all, people are also dead, and as a victim, they also need compensation. If you can make a fortune, why give up? You know, according to Bulgaria's proposal, the Austro-Hungarian Empire can claim £5 million for the deceased envoys. Why should they give up this huge sum so easily? Even the Germans can't stop them from defending their own interests. Sultan said angrily, "Are they all taking advantage of the fire?" Prime Minister, do you have any suggestions to resolve the difficulties from various countries? After thinking about it, the Prime Minister said, "Great Sultan, they all know about our financial situation. Knowing that we can't pay this huge sum of money, they are still insisting. I am afraid they are asking for something else. Therefore, if we want to solve this problem, we probably have to figure out their purpose first, and then it may be easier to negotiate." After listening to the Prime Minister's words, the Sultan's face improved slightly. As long as these dozen countries can be settled, the Ottoman Empire will still have the strength to fight against one Bulgaria, and no matter how bad it is, there will be no disaster. Anyway, Bulgaria is not a hairy bear. It is impossible to swallow the millions of square kilometers of the Ottoman Empire, and the foreign powers will not agree. Well, I'll leave the rest to you. No matter what, this farce must be solved. That's right, in the eyes of the Sultan, this is a farce from start to finish, but a farce that threatens the life and death of the Ottoman Empire! Not to mention the diplomatic overreach of the Sudanese government, Now the Bulgarian government is also discussing this war against the Ottomans. For the sake of secrecy, only 2 or 3 people knew about the Kavla shelling incident planned by Ferdinand, and even the cabinet was deceived. The sudden war also interrupted the layout of the cabinet. Now to replan, we must first meet the needs of the war. After all, Bulgaria has to fight now. Prime Minister Constantine said suspiciously, "Your Majesty, in order to ensure the smooth progress of the wartime economic policy has now been implemented in the country. The arsenal is also running around the clock, and many related enterprises have also been included in the overall planning. However, just to deal with an Ottoman Empire, we don't need to do our best, right? The Ottomans have a limited navy. As long as we control the sea, we are basically invincible. Are we going to annex Asia Minor this time?" In fact, not only Constantine is confused, but the senior leaders of the Bulgarian government are very confused. The war is coming, but this time the Bulgarian government has changed too late to set strategic goals. No one knows how much this war will be fought. Of course, the military has its own strategic goals. As soon as the Balkan Wars ended, the army formulated a sea-crossing battle plan. Now, the battle plan for the Ottoman Empire may not be piled up in one room. Different strategic goals naturally have different operational plans. The most radical combat plan is to strike directly from the Asia Minor Peninsula to Africa. The most conservative combat plan is to seize the islands in the Aegean Sea and gain control of the sea in this area. But it is absolutely impossible for the Bulgarian government to formulate a national strategy according to the military's combat plan. Otherwise, the war funding alone will be enough to bring down the government 10 times. In fact, all the big strategies in Bulgaria were done by Ferdinand, and everyone filled and perfected them under the strategic direction he formulated. The core of the strategy this time is still to weaken the Ottoman Empire. Under this premise, I think it can now be divided into 4 steps. The first step is to capture the islands of the Ottoman Empire in the Aegean Sea. The second step is to seize the Libyan region of North Africa. The third step is to land on the peninsula of Asia Minor and turn the Sea of Marmara into our inner lake. The fourth step is to take the entire peninsula of Asia Minor and turn this fertile land into our homeland. However, considering the actual situation now, it is difficult for us to achieve all the goals, so let the military fight first, wherever it can be hit, no matter where it is. Well, in fact, now Ferdinand doesn't know where the bottom line of the powers is. After all, the Ottoman Empire has committed public anger this time, and giving them a hard lesson is in the common interests of everyone except Germany. But now Germany doesn't have much strength in the Mediterranean, and it can only be achieved through their allies Austria-Hungary and Italy. Therefore, their attitude is not as good as the attitude of Italy and Austria-Hungary. If it was before, it's fine. As long as Austria-Hungary made a military threat, Bulgaria would definitely back down, but not now. Due to the closeness of the two sides and strength, Austria-Hungary made a military threat, and Bulgaria is likely to face tit for tat. Are Austria-Hungary willing to risk a full-scale war to help their former enemy? This question is hard to say. If the Austro-Hungarian Empire refused to go all out, the influence of the Italians would become very limited. After all, we have just entered the era of dreadnought ships, and the naval power of the Allied countries has an absolute advantage, and the Germans have no time to explode a navy. Now the strength of the German navy is not comparable to that of the French, let alone the British. Under such circumstances, would the Italians dare to do it? Oh, and also Ferdinand didn't dare to gamble. There's no way. Who told the Russians to be out of shape now? Now the Tsarist government is busy dealing with internal conflicts and carrying out system reforms. If a war breaks out now, can't the bears break out to fight the disabled Austria-Hungary and hold back Germany? If not, then if you want to win the war, Bulgaria will have to smash Austria-Hungary by itself, and then hold off the Germans. As long as he thinks about this terrible scene, Ferdinand will resolutely counsel. He doesn't want to take advantage of the family that he has finally accumulated for a war. Of course, Ferdinand's concerns, he absolutely can't say it, and now there is no sign of a war breaking out in the European continent. If it is said, It may be regarded as a joke. Your Majesty, where is our bottom line? Constantine asked with concern. Ferdinand thought for a while and said, control the waters of the Aegean Sea and let the Ottoman Empire cede all their islands in the Aegean Sea. Other issues are easy to discuss. Your Majesty, does this include Crete in the hands of the Greeks? Admiral Petrov asked concernedly. Ferdinand smiled slightly and said, as long as the sovereignty belongs to the Ottoman Empire, it is our goal. As for whose hands, does this matter? Well, the Greeks are lying down again. Bulgaria is now showing its imperialist arrogance to the outside world for the first time. Unfortunately, Greece has once again become a stepping stone. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, chapter 282, let n number 039:s go to war. One side is Bulgaria, who wants to fight, and the other is the Ottoman Empire, which is ready to go to war. If we can talk about the result, it will be the problem. Time flies, and it has been more than 2 months since the multilateral negotiations started on January 5. Even though the Germans have been working hard to conduct diplomatic good offices, on March 12, the negotiations still broke down. At this time, the foreign minister hurried into the palace and reported the news to Your Majesty, the Kavla negotiations have failed, and the Ottoman Empire has refused to make concessions. Medvedev said excitedly. Fd said excitedly, okay, immediately issue an ultimatum to the Ottoman Empire, giving them 24 hours to reply, either accept our conditions in full, or go to war. Due to the German intervention, the Bulgarian government had to make concessions in this negotiation. From the initial compensation negotiation, due to the lack of money in the Ottoman Empire, the two sides have already talked about using the territory to compensate in the later stage. Ferdinand was a little worried, and the Ottoman Empire agreed directly. After all, Bulgaria's appetite cannot be too great in the negotiation. As long as the Ottoman Empire throws out a dozen islands, it is almost done. To this end, Ferdinand also deliberately launched the intelligence department to build momentum within the Ottoman Empire, inducing the main battle to send out troubles, hindering the negotiation process, and finally let the Sudanese government persist. The front has persevered. Will the Sudanese government compromise in the last 24 hours? Obviously this is impossible. If they give in now, their previous persistence will become meaningless. On March 14, Ferdinand convened an interim parliament in Sofia. The Bulgarian government submitted the proposal to declare war on the Ottoman Empire to the parliament. In just half an hour, the parliament completed the vote and passed it unanimously. On the same day, Ferdinand publicly declared war on the Ottoman Empire on behalf of the Kingdom of Bulgaria. On the 15th, the Ottoman Empire also issued a letter of war to Bulgaria, and the second full-scale war between Bulgaria and the Ottoman Empire broke out. This war can be said to be the first show of the Bulgarian navy. As soon as the war broke out, the Bulgarian navy took the initiative to seek a decisive battle with the Ottoman navy, but unfortunately the Ottoman navy chose not to fight. As a last resort, the Bulgarian navy could only cover the army first and carry out the island capture operation, first Samothrace Island, then Lemnos Island, advancing step by step. In order to force the Ottoman navy to come out for a decisive battle, Ferdinand still used the old trick to create public opinion to put pressure on the Sudanese government. At the same time, the navy did not forget to deliberately stay trapped and lure the Ottoman navy. It's a pity that Ferdinand still overestimated the strength of the Ottoman Empire's navy. It's not that they don't want to come out for a decisive battle, but that they don't have the possibility of a battle at all. They haven't added a single warship since they were hit hard by the Russians in the last Balkan War, and they've even dealt with post-war repairs. Although they still have 12 ironclad ships, 4 of them were heavily damaged in the last war. After all, the ships have been repaired and they can barely go out to sea. Anyway, the wind and waves in the Aegean Sea are small. The problem is that the lost artillery has not been replaced, a lot of combat equipment is lacking, and even the ammunition reserves of World War I are insufficient. Except the decoration of the warship is still luxurious, there is nothing missing. All this is already an open secret at the top of the Ottoman Empire, But there is only one person who does not know that he is the supreme leader of the Ottoman Empire, His Majesty the Great Sultan. This is a big trouble. Fortunately, the Sultan also knew that the combat effectiveness of the Ottoman Empire's navy was not good, and did not expect them to win the war. They just needed them to go out to sea and wander around to give an explanation to the domestic public opinion. The navy, who is forced to helpless, can't even find a general who is willing to go to sea. The risk is too great, and the nobles are unwilling to take risks. Everyone knows that the Bulgarian navy has been equipped with dreadnoughts, regardless of its combat effectiveness. Just looking at other people's artillery and armor, everyone knows that now the Ottoman navy is going to deliver food when it encounters others. Under normal circumstances, this bunch of outdated old-fashioned ironclad ships will be injured and even killed if they are hit by a 12-inch, 305, main gun, and most of them are equipped with 210 mm main guns. Probably you can tickle people. The power of the artillery is not comparable, so forget it. It is normal that the range is not comparable, and the rate of fire is not comparable. You can't blame the British for cheating on them. Who is the old ship of the Ottoman Empire? Basically, they were all from before 1874, and the warships of the same period as them were retired by the British. However, when the Bulgarian navy aimed at Lesbos Island, the Sultan became furious, and it was not a problem if he was beaten and didn't fight back. If you let Bulgaria follow its own strategy and wait for others to control all the coastal islands, then you can land from wherever you want to land. How can you let this go? Yes, the Sudanese government's strategy was misjudged. According to their estimates, the Bulgarians should land directly from Bandarma and attack the Asia Minor Peninsula. After all, after the Balkan War, the Ottoman navy withdrew from the Sea of Marmara, and the few broken ships left in Bulgaria were enough. Who knew that Ferdinand would choose to do it in the Aegean Sea? After all, this is likely to become a protracted war. Even if the coastal islands are all occupied, it will not be enough to make the Sudanese government compromise. The Sultan said angrily, "I don't care what reason you have, the navy must be dispatched. You all go out for a walk and listen to what the people have to say." Said that we had reached a betrayal deal with Bulgaria and gave all the Aegean islands to the Bulgarians. Otherwise, where is our navy? Even if you can't beat the Bulgarians, at least go out to sea to harass their transportation lines. Is that difficult? In the face of the furious Sultan, no one in the Ottoman government dared to go to the tiger's beard, and in desperation, he could only find a scapegoat. Ahmed Pasha once again appeared in everyone's eyes. The last time this unfortunate lost to the Russians, he has been dismissed and left home. This is a talent. How can it be wasted? It must be activated immediately. Although it was defeated last time, the opponent is the Russians. At least keep the main force of the navy, right? Now that the national crisis is on the horizon, of course, this kind of elite talent is required to come out. Oh, don't want to do it? Are you not patriotic, or are you dissatisfied with the Sudanese government? So the hapless Ahmed Pasha was once again appointed as the naval commander of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. When the Austro-Hungarian Empire was worried about the naval officers, the Bulgarian army was advancing vigorously. Ferdinand received good news these days. It doesn't seem to be very appropriate to describe it as war, and armed parades seem to be more suitable. First the navy bombarded, then the army landed, and it was over. This is not because the Ottomans don't work hard, the key is that the island is small. How can they resist only the 800,000 people deployed on the island? The Sudanese government is reluctant to send it over as cannon fodder with a new army that it has been fortunately trained hard for. How powerful can an army with a large sword and a spear be able to do it without even a single rifle? It was not until the island of Lesbos that the Bulgarian army encountered an organized enemy for the first time, causing a little trouble for the landing army. Lesbos Island is an island in the Aegean Sea, 10 kilometers away from Turkey, with an area of 1,632.8 square kilometers. It has fertile land, rich vegetation and a mild climate. It is a relatively important island in the Ottoman Empire. At this time, the Bulgarian army has already invested in 5 regiments of landing troops, and the main force of the navy has reached the island of Chios, which creates an opportunity for the Ottomans. Ahmed Pasha, who just came out of the mountain, knows that the navy that wants to defeat the Bulgarians is nothing but a dream, even if his fleet is increased tenfold. Now the navy of the Ottoman Empire, there is no ship that can catch up with the enemy. To put it simply, when you encounter an enemy, it's okay to win, but if you don't win, it's over. This is the reason why no one assumes the high-ranking position of naval commander. Everyone knows what it means to take the Ottoman naval fleet whose fastest speed does not exceed 16 knots and go to a decisive battle with the Bulgarian fleet whose minimum speed starts at 20 knots! Seeing that the main force of the Bulgarian navy had already left, Ahmed Pasha decided to go out to sea for awakens and a batch of supplies to Lesbos Island. After all, Lesbos Island is still somewhat well known in the Ottoman Empire. If it is completely ignored, the domestic public opinion will not be easy to explain. The most important thing is to be close. Lesbos Island is only a dozen kilometers from the mainland, and it is not far from the nearest port. Even if you encounter the Bulgarian navy, everyone can run back. Adjutant, inform the government to let them raise a batch of supplies, and we will send it to Lesbos Island. It is best to organize another batch of reinforcements, and we will send them there together. Ahmed Pasha said calmly. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, chapter 283, The Spirit of AQ. Facts have proved that Ahmed's choice was not wrong. They were just dispatched when they were discovered by Bulgarian intelligence personnel. But when the main force of the Bulgarian navy came over, they had already died. After all, it is only a little distance, and it is not too simple to run. The fledgling Bulgarian navy encountered the first problem. It's not that you can't win the enemy, and it's not that you can't find the enemy. The problem is that the enemy doesn't fight you in the first place, and hides in the port as a turtle. It's hard to come out once, and before you go there, people shrink back again. What can you do with them? Fortunately, the Ottoman Empire is really rotten, like a sieve. It can't keep secrets at all. Bulgaria can easily figure out the location of the main force of their navy, otherwise it will be more passive. Ferdinand could not do anything about the slow action of the navy. If it was the Sixth Army, there were still a few good generals in Bulgaria. The navy, just by looking at the rank of admiral of the Sixth Army, you can see what kind of situation they are in. Oh, there is no way. The French and Russian instructors who train them are all grassroots officers. Let them explore this kind of command and battle on their own. The commander of this battle, Colonel Berdia, was promoted by Ferdinand from a short man, and became the victorious captain of the Sofia. He has served in the Russian Black Sea Fleet and participated in the Battle of Marmara Sea and the Battle of the Taiwan Strait. He is considered rich in combat experience, but it is really the first time to command a large fleet. In addition to him, there are many people in the Bulgarian Navy who were dug from the low-level officers of the survivors of the Black Sea Fleet. As for why only low-level officers were recruited, the reason was very simple. Although high-level officers had commanding ability, Ferdinand dared not use them. Who knew St. Petersburg suddenly gave them an order, and who would they choose to listen to? The grassroots officers are different. At the same time as they were dug over, a family of young and old also immigrated here. The ability may not be enough, but the loyalty is high enough. Bersha is under a lot of pressure now. This is the first time he has independently commanded the Grand Fleet to fight, and it is also the first battle of the Bulgarian Navy. If he performs well in this battle, then his future is bright. Otherwise, he can prepare to retire. If he has an absolute strength advantage and can't show a record, is he still qualified to continue to mix in the army? Due to repeated attempts, Bolshia made a helpless decision split. While continuing to attack, he watched the Ottoman Navy. In fact, he should have made this decision a long time ago. After all, the Bulgarian Navy has one point, which is an irreparable advantage of the Ottoman Navy: degree. With this advantage, no matter what, it will not be defeated by the Ottoman Navy one by one. On the contrary, it can attack the coastal cities of the Ottoman Empire. As long as you give me a few shots every now and then, it is enough for the Sudanese government to drink a pot. The Bulgarian navy was directly split in two, with Bersha leading the flagship Sofia, along with 2 cruisers, 3 destroyers and 4 torpedo boats. The remaining 2 miniature battleships and an armored cruiser operate along with 2 other destroyers and 6 torpedo boats. According to this distribution, any side that encounters the main force of the Ottoman navy can defeat the enemy. Oh, the old ships who bullied the Ottoman navy, weak firepower. Due to the powerful firepower of the dreadnoughts, it can provide more powerful firepower cover for the Deng 6 troops, so the task of watching the Ottoman navy falls on the head of the 2nd Squadron. This is not without the intention of enticing the Ottoman navy to come out for a decisive battle. After all, the dreadnoughts have all fallen off, and the main force of the 2nd Squadron is 2 coastal defense battleships, plus an armored cruiser. Destroyers or something, still can't be used in the main naval battle. No. If you are dealing with ironclad ships from 30 or 40 years ago, you can still try. After the division, the 2nd Fleet first blocked Lebos Island, pegged the port of Kulabrun, blocked Izmir, and the 1st Fleet continued to cover the 6th Army to seize the island. Now the right to choose is back in the hands of Ahmed Pasha again. If the Ottoman navy does not come out for a decisive battle, then when all the coastal islands fall, they will be trapped in Izmir and Karaburun. Or take advantage of the Bulgarian navy to fight with the 2nd Fleet, and the blockade will naturally cease to exist. Of course, the consequences of losing are also very serious. It is a problem to run away. Oh, Ahmed Pasha has a third option, which is to leave the Aegean Sea and go to their southern port of Kir, to avoid this war far away. If you want to run away, it is not so safe now. The Bulgarian 1st Fleet is on Chios Island. Once the tracks are exposed, they will not be able to escape. Moreover, for Ahmed Pasha personally, this is also a catastrophic blow. The hat of a traitor should never be taken off in this life, and the Sudanese government will not let him go. Ahmed Pasha stared at the chart with his eyes fixed, speechless. In fact, the Ottoman navy also had a port on the island, but after the war broke out, the cowardly navy gave up directly. I chose the safest port. Safety is safe, but it is also limited in strategy. Once the island chain is lost, I will be trapped in Izmir. Will Bulgaria's 6th Army board the 6th? It is obvious that the problem of boarding the 6th sooner or later. The Ottoman Empire has such a long coastline in the Aegean Sea, there will always be several places suitable for boarding the 6th. The Sudanese government has no confidence in the navy, and Ahmed Pasha still has no confidence in the 6th Army. The new 6th Army, it's enough to fool the people, when he doesn't know yet. Weapons and equipment have been updated, but at a discount. How good the quality is depends on the conscience of the officials in charge. Soldier training has been improved, but this is only compared to the previous. How much difference there is between training every 10 days and training every 3 days, it is hard to say. Anyway, the officers are still those officers, and the soldiers are still those soldiers. Otherwise, where does the Ottoman Empire go to find so many qualified officers now? Although Ahmed Pasha has average abilities, he has also studied the history of modern naval battles. He still remembers the Sino-Japanese War in the Far East more than 10 years ago. A warship remains in the port, and it will become a prisoner of the enemy if it is shot. He knows that if he does not take action now, I am afraid they will become the 2nd Beiyang fleet this time. Fight. Ahmed Pasha secretly made up his mind. At this time, the Bulgarian 6th Army is still fighting hard, but this is not a hard fight with the enemy, but a fight against seasickness and a fight against the natural environment. Originally, Ferdinand brought up a huge decisive battle with the Ottoman Empire, but now it gives people a feeling of being played. What about the promised blood debt and blood payment? How many islands did you go to hit? Not to mention the capture of Ankara, at least to attack the strategic locations of Bursa and Üsküdar. It's been almost a month since the war began, except for the capture of a large area of coastal islands. The main force of the Bulgarian 6th Army was stunned in their old home, and there was no sign of the 6th battle at all. Even shipping in the Aegean Sea is unimpeded. Bulgaria has not intercepted merchant ships. The Ottoman Empire has no ability to intercept merchant ships. and the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus are even more calm. After the foreign powers watched the excitement, the matter had nothing to do with them, and even the Germans were relieved that the local war was irrelevant. If Bulgaria attacked the Asia Minor Peninsula, they were also worried that the Sudanese government would collapse, but if they attacked the coastal islands, it is estimated that few Ottomans would take these islands to heart, otherwise Crete would not fall into the hands of the Greeks. The 6th Army Minister Popov said anxiously, "Your Majesty, is it time for our 6th Army to act? Waiting is not the way to do it." "Don't worry, aren't we already attacking the southern Sporades Islands? At this rate, wait another month, and the islands of the Ottoman Empire in the Aegean Sea are all ours." Ferdinand smiled, saying he is very satisfied with the current progress. Ferdinand never dreamed that the Ottoman Empire would give up the coastal islands. Otherwise, relying on these islands to deal with Bulgaria, it would not take a year and a half to take them all. Oh, if the Sudanese government knew about it, they would definitely be very aggrieved, and they would be very helpless too. Everyone knows that these islands cannot be defended, who should be sent to die. Is this a problem? Don't look at the earth-shattering slogans that the main war faction shouts every day. When they want to be cannon fodder, there are countless reasons for each one. In short, the precious national defense forces cannot be wasted on irrelevant islands. Unless the navy can win, it's better to defend in the peninsula of Asia Minor. You see that Bulgaria has not yet reached 6, which shows that our strategy is very successful, and the enemy has been intimidated, and they dare not board 6! Genius website address, mobile version reading website. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284, Tangled. The Ottomans' strange theory has nothing to do with Ferdinand. The battle has now progressed, and the first step strategy can basically be announced, and it has been realized. The Greeks are very annoying at this moment. The northern Sporades, Cyclades, Kounoupia islands are all in their hands, and the most crucial island of Crete is also in their hands. Every man is innocent, but he is guilty. This is the true portrayal of Greece today. In the Mediterranean, the Greeks occupied the island of Corfu, threatening Ypres. In the Aegean Sea, they occupied a series of islands, hindering Bulgaria's control strategy in the Aegean Sea. The Greek issue was very difficult for Ferdinand. George I pretended to be his grandson after the Balkan Wars and took the initiative to ease diplomatic relations with Bulgaria. Even the idea of hatred of Bulgaria and Greece was led to the Ottoman Empire by them, and they wanted to create a pretext for war, but no one believed it. Take out the prestige of the foreign powers and go straight to it? This is not the style of Ferdinand, but he has always opposed war of aggression. No matter what it is in essence, it must be convincing on the surface, otherwise the hatred will increase. Just like the war between Bulgaria and the Ottoman Empire, it is still a war between the Bulgarians and the Turkish nobles. Other ethnic groups in the Ottomans, including ordinary Turkish people, are all in different attitudes. This war has nothing to do with them. What should everyone do? The rebels rebel, and the independents is called for independence, but there is no room for easing the domestic conflicts in the Ottoman Empire. At least the Turkish Al-Shabaab thinks that this is a war initiated by the Sudanese government in order to divert domestic conflicts. If there is no cavalry shelling incident, it may now become a war between Bulgaria and the various peoples of the Ottoman Empire. And this war will not be easy to fight. Greece is indeed weak enough now. The population of the whole country is only more than 2.5 million, including more than 600,000 in the concentration camps, and the real Greeks are only 1.8 million. These are all sequelae of the Greek-Turkish War. They were devastated by the Ottoman army in the country for more than half a year, and then they were cultivated again by the refugees. The population dropped from 2.2 million at its peak to more than 1.7 million. Zhuang has suffered heavy losses, so he has been recovering all these years. Militarily, 2 Bulgarian infantry divisions were enough to sweep through Greece. This is not bragging. After the Greek government went bankrupt, the finances were taken over by various countries, and the military expenditure was immediately suppressed to the lowest point in history. It is okay to maintain order, not to mention the combat effectiveness. Attacking Greece has to consider international influence. At least the debts they owe to the foreign powers is an insurmountable hurdle. In 1897, the total debt of the Greek government was about 10.8 billion leva, about £4.32 million. In 1898, this figure increased to 1.65 billion leva, about £6.66 million. By now this figure has increased to 20.6 billion leva, about £8.24 million. There is no way, even the interest can't be settled clearly, the interest is so abnormal. If there is no accident, the Greek government will probably never be able to pay off this foreign debt. Unless the Greeks took the initiative to go to war, or Bulgaria is willing to take on this foreign debt, it is better not to touch it. What do you think of the Greek issue? Ferdinand asked at the diplomatic consultation meeting. The Chancellor of the Exchequer proposed, Your Majesty, we can approach the Greek government and buy these islands, anyway. Now the Greeks. Ferdinand interrupted the finance minister and said, No, it is precisely because the Greek government's finances have been taken over by the foreign powers that they will not sell it. Even if these islands are sold, the money has not gone into the pockets of the foreign powers. What good is it for the politicians in the Greek government? That's right, the Greek government is so poor now, but it can't stand the broken pots and smashes. Could Bulgaria offer a sky-high price to solve the debt crisis for them? After thinking about it, Xiong Constantine said domineeringly, Your Majesty, the easiest way is to directly occupy it, creating an established fact. The foreign powers can only recognize it, and the Greeks do not dare to declare war on us anyway. Ferdinand shook his head and said, No, this will damage our international image. If the sovereignty of Crete belongs to the Ottoman Empire, we have already started a war with the Ottoman Empire, and it makes sense to directly occupy it. But the sovereignty of the northern Sporades and the Cyclades Islands is owned by the Greeks, so we can't do it directly. Unless the Greek government is in a collective brain and takes the initiative to declare war on us, then we will not be able to say anything even if the powers occupy Athens. While Ferdinand was having a headache with Greece, the situation on the front changed again, and the Bulgarian army had advanced to Rhodes. This kind of operation of the gods not only shocked the military, but even Ferdinand was frightened, thinking that the Ottomans were brewing some kind of conspiracy. At the beginning, there was resistance from the Ottoman army when landing on the island. In the later stage, let's not talk about resistance. On many islands, even the Ottoman army could not be found, and they directly threw the islands one by one to the Bulgarian army. For all this, the Ottoman government is actually calm. It seems that these things can't move them. But these things made him angry. There was one person, Ahmed Pasha, who was still looking for the flaws in the Bulgarian Navy's Second Fleet, but the reality told him that he would either fight immediately or wait to die. On April 18, 1909, the Blue Sea was clear and the sky was clear. Ahmed Pasha made a hasty war mobilization and set out to sea with the reluctant Ottoman Navy officers and soldiers. The scene is quite a bit windy and easy to water cold. Now that the arrow is on the line, I have to. Once this opportunity is missed, when the two Bulgarian fleets converge, they will not even have the strength to fight. That's right, Ahmed Pasha never thought of winning at all. He just hoped to take advantage of the opportunity of the Bulgarian Navy to divide his troops to fight a naval battle that he could take action, and he could explain it to the Chinese. If not, then blood on the battlefield. For the sake of his family, he also had to fight to the death. After all, the dead will not be liquidated. No matter whether you win or lose, you will never be blamed if you die in battle! At this time, the Second Fleet was still on routine patrols, not knowing that a major battle was about to begin. The battle cruiser Constantinople was outside the port of Kalabalan when the sentry suddenly saw the fleet coming in front and exclaimed, "The enemy's navy is out." Upon receiving this news, Captain Nicholas Ivanich immediately ordered, "Report to the fleet, The main force of the Ottoman navy has come out. We will try our best to hold them back and let them come to reinforce immediately. The distance between the two sides was getting closer, but the Constantinople did not choose to escape, but was ready to meet. Don't look at this as just an armored cruiser, but both in terms of firepower and armor. It's a far Ottoman ironclad. All ready to fight. Ordered Nicholas Ivanovich. He knew that it would take at least 2 hours to wait for the main force to come for reinforcements, and even the nearest battleship Harmony would take an hour later, and before that, the Constantinople would have to face the enemy alone. Rush up to meet, that is impossible. This is an armored cruiser, not a dreadnought. Even if it is far from the enemy in terms of performance, a tiger can't hold back a pack of wolves. Simply put, their main purpose is to keep an eye on the enemy. If the Ottoman navy was going to run, he would follow. If the Ottoman navy attacked them directly, of course he would run away. Well, Nicholas Ivanovich has to be thankful that the Ottoman navy is rubbish enough, otherwise he might really be getting a lunch. The two sides were still 6 or 7 nautical miles away from their university, and they began to shoot each other. Originally, a 1-to-12 match would simply be a death sentence, but if it is 6 or 7 nautical miles away, 1 nautical mile equals 1.852 kilometers, it doesn't matter, it has already passed the effective range of most artillery. However, this is the era of rottenness. Both sides are rookies, and regardless of whether they have entered the effective range or not, they will start fighting stupidly when they see the enemy. But this is in line with Nicholas Ivanovich's purpose of delaying time. Anyway, as soon as the artillery fires, the speed of the warship drops. If he can be hit at such a long distance, then he has nothing to say. War is the best teacher, and they fought for more than half an hour, but neither side achieved any results. At this time, the distance between the two sides has been shortened to 3 or 4 nautical miles, and Nicholas Ivanovich is still insisting, but the sweat on his face has begun to flow down. The enemy is constantly approaching, and just now, an artillery gun was 10 meters away from the warship, and it fell into the sea with a plop, and a wave was also splashed. Withdraw. Nicholas Ivanovich seemed to breathe a sigh of relief when he said this word. At this point, the distance between the two sides is already very close. If you don't go, you don't have to go. The Constantinople has already suffered 2 shells, and 1 shell hit the ship's string. Fortunately, the artillery of the Ottomans is not very good. The Tantinoplis will shed a layer of skin even if it doesn't die. However, when the Constantinople retreated, there were only 11 warships in the Ottoman navy chasing after, and the other one, for some unknown reason, had already withdrawn from the war and seemed to be slowly sinking. Nicholas Ivanovich is a little confused. When did he make the victory? However, it is still important to run now. Not the time to struggle with this issue. The Constantinople ran fast in front, and the Ottoman navy was chasing closely behind. Even though Ahmed Pasha had ordered all advance, the distance between the two sides was still getting farther and farther. Time passed minute by minute, and soon the distance between the two sides opened more than 10 nautical miles again. Nicholas Ivanovich ordered, "Stop, just wait here for the Ottomans to come." At this time, the battleship Harmony has also entered the battlefield, and the Ottomans still know nothing. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, chapter 285, Undercurrent. When Bulgaria and the Ottoman Empire were torn apart, the situation in Europe was also quietly changing. The Germans have realized that, with the establishment of the four-power Entente, they have become increasingly powerless to control the situation in Europe. Austro-Hungary and Italy are not so obedient. Just like this time the Soil Protection War, the two brothers did not do their best, otherwise Bulgaria would never have started so soon. Allies. This is the first time after Germany's reunification that I feel that I desperately need allies. Think back to the time of Bismarck, when Germany was allies all over Europe, and they could even use diplomatic means to isolate the French and the British, but I don't know since when all this has changed! At the Royal Palace in Berlin, Germany, The Chief of Staff is analyzing to Wilhelm II the ongoing homeland war in the Near East. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon / I /U003E Your Majesty, Bulgaria is advancing very fast in the Aegean Sea, and I'm afraid it won't be long before all the Ottoman islands will be lost. Strategically, the Ottoman Empire has lost in this war, and they have not been able to take advantage of the island chain. If they had organized their resistance from the very beginning, they would have been able to hold back the Bulgarians for at least a year or two. Obviously, Bulgaria would not be able to wait that long. In order to end the war ahead of schedule, the Bulgarians had to go to the 6th Asia Minor Peninsula to fight them decisively. Compared with the war at sea, they still have at least one battle strength on the 6th land. William II frowned and said in a very unhappy mood, "So, the Ottomans are going to lose again this time? Could it be that the new 6th Army we trained for them only has the strength to fight in one battle?" The Chief of Staff replied affirmatively, "Yes, the new 6th Army of the Ottoman Empire is just a pretense. Even their soldiers were trained by us and changed their equipment. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon / I /U003E But their senior officers are still a bunch of idiots. After our instructors left, most of their army training was abandoned again, except for a very small number of troops. We have reminded them of this, but it did not cause the Sudanese government of attention. If the Bulgarians rush to 6, there will only be a limited number of 6 points, and they can also take advantage of geographical advantages and military strength to level the gap in combat effectiveness between the two sides. But when the Bulgarians gained access to the Aegean Sea, they could choose to climb 6 points at will, and it would be difficult for the Ottomans to defend themselves. William II said helplessly, "Well, don't worry about whether the idiots of the Sudanese government can win, just treat them as defeated. So who can tell me what will happen to the Ottoman Empire after this war? What will be the impact on the empire? /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon / I /U003E The Minister of Foreign Affairs thought for a while and said, "The government of the Sudan is already very unstable, and if there is another major defeat, the government may collapse at any time." After the fall of the Sudanese government, the most likely to come to power is the Turkish Youth Party. We have already had contact with them. Their attitude towards the empire is still very friendly and will not affect the interests of the empire. However, the coup d'état in the Ottoman country is likely to attract the intervention of the Allied powers, and even the Ottoman Empire will be divided up by the Allied powers. At least Bulgaria, who is at war with them, will definitely take action. Unless they find a way to contain them, the Ottoman Empire will be in trouble this time. William II nodded and asked, "So what should the empire do? We have invested too much in the Ottoman Empire, especially the Baghdad Railway, which must not be affected!" /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon / I /U003E After thinking about each other, he said, "Your Majesty, if you just contain Bulgaria, there is still a way to do it. After the Balkan Wars, Bulgaria's strong rise has caused strong unease in their neighbors. And they have territorial disputes with each other, but because Bulgaria is too powerful, they have to endure it. Once the main force of Bulgaria penetrates into the Asia Minor Peninsula, we will support it again. Then there is a great possibility that they will move." William II said uncertainly, "Is this possible? You must know that Bulgaria's current strength has left them far behind. Even with our support, Romania and Greece alone are probably not their opponents." The foreign minister reminded, "Your Majesty, and the Kingdom of Montenegro." "That's right, the Kingdom of Montenegro in this plane is much stronger than they were in a history of parallel time and space. The population has exceeded 1.2 million. And the combat effectiveness is not bad." /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon / I /U003E William II shook his head and said, I'm afraid this still requires the cooperation of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and the madmen of the Montenegrin kingdom will turn their backs on their side. Their relationship with the Russians is too deep. Xiong added, Your Majesty, the rise of Bulgaria, the Russians are not so reluctant, but they are rising so fast that St. Petersburg has to recognize it by pinching its nose. As long as we do something with the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Tsarist government will surely cooperate. Anyway, our purpose is just to keep the Ottoman Empire and beat Bulgaria by the way. As for those lunatics in the kingdom of Montenegro, as long as there are enough interests, it is not difficult for them to defect. Besides, in their eyes, is Albania still a part of them? Madman is the deep impression left on politicians all over the world after the Kingdom of Montenegro supported the Serbian independence movement. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. No way, normal people would not foolishly challenge the Austro-Hungarian Empire for Serbia. The strength gap between the two sides is really too big. Almost like courting death! A conspiracy was brewing against Bulgaria, but Ferdinand knew nothing about it. It's not that he relaxed his vigilance, but he didn't think that this shot would actually be a German. It can only be said that Ferdinand was too deeply influenced by his previous life and ignored the Germans' diplomatic means, which was also very powerful at that time. At this time, the naval battle outside the port of Karaburun also entered a fierce moment. Constantinople is of course not an opponent of the Ottoman navy, but with the addition of the Harmony, the situation has changed slightly. Although the tonnage of the coastal defense battleship Harmony is not large, in the decisive naval battle, its combat power is not comparable to that of an armored cruiser. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. With the addition of the Harmony, the pressure on the Constantinople is much less. Although it is still at a disadvantage, the officers and soldiers have adjusted their mentality and are able to aim and shoot. They are not as flustered as before, just want to shoot the shells out. At this time, the quality of the Bulgarian naval gunners has been shown. Although there are only 2 ships and only a quarter of the opponent's artillery, the number of hits on both sides is indeed equal. This also has a very important relationship with the performance of the artillery. The Harmony has already suffered 3 shells, but they are not critical. Of course, they also hit the enemy twice, and the Ottoman navy has another ironclad sink. On the other side, the Constantinople was even worse. It had suffered 2 shells before, and now it had suffered 1 more injury. A good record was achieved, but there was no joy on Ahmed Pasha's face. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. Without him, the firepower of the ironclad is too weak. In addition to the main guns that can cause a little damage to the opponent, the secondary guns are completely scratching the enemy. The enemy's artillery is different. As long as the opponent's main guns hit the hull, you can declare the end. Even the secondary artillery is enough to make the railway ship break the bones. Now that the war has hit, he has sunk 2 warships, and 1 ironclad ship was seriously injured, and 2 suffered minor injuries. Basically, as long as there is another one, these ships will be scrapped. And the enemy? There were already quite a few shells, but they were all minor injuries, especially when the Harmony suffered 3 shells, and it was scratched a little. The artillery and power system were not affected. One of the artillery pieces of the Constantinople was hit and it was directly scrapped, but the question is, the hull has been turned around, or are they still fighting? Serious injuries haven't reached that point yet. General, the enemy's reinforcements are coming. A soldier's exclaimed cry woke up Ahmed Pasha, who was in deep thought. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. But, can he retreat now? The reputation of the defeated general has been with him for a long time. If he is defeated again, the Sultan will also kill. Ahmed Pasha pretended to be calm and said, "Send the order, immediately go up to meet the enemy, and after killing the 2 warships in front of us, we will retreat. He knew that the enemy's reinforcements had already appeared in sight, and it would not be long before they arrived. The most correct way was to leave the 3 injured ironclad ships broken and cover the main force to retreat. But Ahmed Pasha didn't dare to do this. In the Ottoman Empire, only the warships sunk can count as a victory. As for the warships that damaged the enemy, the Sudanese government doesn't believe it. Therefore, for the sake of my own life, I still rush up and kill the 2 warships in front of me, so that I can go back to work. As long as there is a record, the big deal is to spend money to open up the relationship, and artificially create a big victory. Even the last time the navy was defeated and Constantinople was lost, just because of the victory, under his hard work, he was just dismissed from office. No matter how you fail this time, your political influence will be much smaller. As long as you can deal with the past in terms of face, everything will be fine. When the road meets, the brave wins. At this time, the Ottoman navy was also desperate, but before it had time to rush up, another ironclad ship was severely damaged. If it was not rescued in time, it would sink soon. At this time, Ahmed Pasha hated the Bin Kurd project very much. He still remembered that one of the wounded warships was hit by an enemy shell. If there is no problem here, is there a ghost? The morale of the Ottoman navy, which had just been mentioned, suddenly fell to the bottom. Is this just the beginning? 2 ships have been sunk, and 1 is about to sink, with 3 more injured. Half of the warships are almost gone. How can we fight this battle? Genius website address, mobile version reading website, m.genius website address, mobile version reading website, chapter 286, The Domineering Powers. When the Second Fleet was fighting hard with the Ottoman navy, the First Fleet had already completed the scheduled goal, taking Rhodes Island and Carpathos Island successively, and controlling the Carpathos Strait. The problem of Crete was imminent. On April 17, the First Fleet issued an ultimatum directly to the Ottoman defenders on the island: either surrender or be destroyed. Oh, the Greeks on the island have been deceived. When did they become the Ottoman army? The smart people have already guessed that the Bulgarians are interested in Crete. As for the ultimatum issued as an excuse, in theory, the sovereignty of Crete belongs to the Ottoman Empire, and George I served as the governor of Crete. It is reasonable for Bulgaria to clean up unstable factors during the war. After receiving the news, the Greek government exploded with anger. It was too bullying. As far as the relationship between Greece and the Ottoman Empire is concerned, it would be good if they didn't fall to the ground. George I scolded angrily. Bastard, Ferdinand, this scoundrel, has he decided on us? I am so anxious that he will fight. George I in this plane did not live so comfortably in parallel time and space. First he was defeated in the park with the Ottoman Empire, and then he was betrayed in the post-war negotiations. Then the government went bankrupt and the finances were taken over by the foreign powers. Originally, this was nothing, and he was not someone who could not accept failure. The key was that there was Ferdinand next to him for comparison. The strength of Bulgaria and the decline of Greece formed a set of sharp contrasts. Despite the means of his political struggle, to throw a few streets out of Ferdinand, it will not help. The people saw only the failure of Greece and the success of Bulgaria. Reform to be strong. Greece must reform to be strong now. This has been the consensus of all circles in Greece, and the neighbor next door is a good example. 20 years ago, Greece and Bulgaria were still a pair of bad brothers. Everyone is similar. Now the gap between the national strength of the two sides is dozens of times. Does this not explain the problem? Fortunately, Bulgaria also has a constitutional monarchy. If it were a republic, George I would have been in an unstable position long ago, and even so, his king would soon be overtaken by his subordinates. Xiang said earnestly, "Your Majesty, the way of the king is calm. You are in such a hurry." King George I shouted angrily, "Enough! Tell me, what should we do now?" He can't help but be angry. He has been a king for so many years, and now the Prime Minister dares to teach him the way of being a king so carelessly. You must know that the previous Prime Ministers were all tame and obedient by him. The blind man in front of him had already let the other party get out of the way, but now Huo Pinyang has been bullied by dogs, so he can only bear it. Retire? George, I can only think about it. The current Greek government can't stand the toss, and his throne will be unstable if it is not good. How to do? In fact, Xiong did not know that the gap between the strengths of the two sides was too great. If they were to fight, they would not be able to win, and they would not be able to explain to the Chinese if they conceded. I think so in my heart, but I can't say it out of my mouth. As a politician, acting is an innate talent. I saw Xiong upright and awe-inspiring. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs immediately protested to Bulgaria, so that the Bulgarians can see our determination to defend Crete to the death, and at the same time invite foreign powers to intervene. Intervention. After listening to Xiong's words, George rolled his eyes. This is completely the same as not saying anything. Protesting to Bulgaria is definitely useless. Since the army is about to start, it is naturally ready. Bulgaria is not the sun country in the Far East, and the army has the ability to kidnap the government. Invite foreign powers to intervene. Anyone who understands the current international situation knows that the two major alliances of the Entente and the Allies dominate the world, and the United States and Japan are playing soy sauce on the side. Could the Greek government still be able to persuade the Allies to support them? Otherwise, the foreign powers will split into two groups. Can this little diplomatic pressure scare Bulgaria? With the rise of Bulgaria, the status of Greece is decreasing day by day. It is not that the foreign powers do not want to support them, but everyone knows that Greece cannot support them at all. Population, land, and resources are nothing, and there is an astronomical foreign debt. The Ottoman Empire next door is 100 times larger than their value. Support! Discussions came and went. In short, this time the Greeks were angry and protested the most severe to Bulgaria. However, Ferdinand shamelessly ignored the protests of the Greeks, saying that this was a war between Bulgaria and the Ottoman Empire. If any Greek troops appeared on the battlefield, it would be regarded as a declaration of war on Bulgaria. Then the two Bulgarian 6th military divisions boarded the 6th in Crete. The Ottoman Empire defenders fought for a while, and now they were no opponents at all, so they surrendered decisively. This is definitely the defender of the Ottoman Empire. Does it make no sense without seeing the Greek government? The Greek government has persuaded, but the relationship between the two countries is completely over, and anti-guarantee demonstrations have exploded in Greece, which is about to attack the embassy! At this time, with the addition of reinforcements from the Second Fleet, the naval battle outside the port of Kalablan also came to an end. From the beginning to the end of the battle, the naval battle lasted for more than 6 hours, and the two rookie navies fought a very funny war. Yes, it's funny. Both sides made a series of mistakes. From the very beginning, they fired blindly before entering the range of the artillery. Many soldiers were in a hurry in the battle, but it was even more disastrous for the Ottoman Navy. With the addition of other warships of the Second Fleet, Ahmed Pasha, commander of the Ottoman Navy, knew that he was powerless. Due to the difference in the degree of warships between the two sides, he could not run if he wanted to, so he could only bite the bullet and fight. With the heart of mortal death, he directly ordered the formation to be disbanded, fought each other, and even took his flagship to directly ram the Constantinople. None of this could change the fate of the Ottoman Navy's annihilation. However, the Second Fleet did not seek benefits either. The Constantinople, which was the first to participate in the war, became a victim of this war. Because it was hit by 6 shells before, its power system was severely damaged. It was time to withdraw from the battle, but because the officers reacted a step too slowly, Ahmed Pasha's flagship hit the flank again and sank directly. In addition, the coastal defense battleship Harmony has also been severely damaged and needs to be overhauled. Several other warships are more or less damaged. In the next 3 months, the 2nd Squadron will lose its combat effectiveness. After receiving the casualty report, Ferdinand was very dissatisfied. He originally had an absolute advantage, but in the final battle, half of the main force was not there, and the other half came directly to the opponent in a lose-lose situation. Of course, On the surface, the Bulgarian navy was a real victory. The tonnage ratio of the warships sunk by both sides was 1:9, and the Bulgarian navy had a big advantage. In fact, after analyzing the actual situation of the battlefield and the internal results of the Admiralty, it was found that at least half of the warships in the Ottoman navy had insufficient artillery, and even the first sunk one was not hit by any shells. But the recoil of the artillery caused the hull of the ship crash. After a specific appraisal, an embarrassing fact was discovered. Basically, the Ottoman navy warships were seriously injured after one shot, and sank after 2 shots. Due to the quality of the warships, they did not show their due combat effectiveness. Moreover, most of the officers and soldiers of the Ottoman navy were recruited on a temporary basis, and many of them were still recruited sailors. It was such a mob of soldiers, plus a garbage fleet, which severely damaged half of the main force of the Bulgarian navy. Could it be that the big 6 ethnic groups are not naturally suitable for playing the navy? Ferdinand maliciously conjectured. He completely ignored the fact that the Ottoman navy had combat experience. Although it was the experience of defeating battles, it was also experience, wasn't it? It hasn't been long. Although the soldiers have changed, the grassroots officers are still living in it, and the instinctive reaction on the battlefield is still there, which is not comparable to a rookie. However, this does not prevent Ferdinand from promoting the strength of the Bulgarian navy. After all, the Ottoman Empire's navy is garbage. Although everyone knows it, the tonnage is also there. Moreover, no one knows that their warships are not well maintained, and they are paper tigers that can be broken with a stab. This time the Ottoman navy came directly and wiped out the entire army, and there is no chance to complain. Therefore, the outside world still gives the Bulgarian navy a good evaluation, which has infinitely raised the combat effectiveness of the Bulgarian navy. Affected by this, Ferdinand had to announce the rebuilding of Constantinople, and this time it was not an armored cruiser, but a dreadnought. After all, according to official propaganda, the Constantinople is also a heroic warship. The warship it overturned is almost 3 times its own tonnage, which is rare in naval history. If it is not rebuilt, the Bulgarian people will not agree. The warship that the Ottoman navy tossed and sank itself was also counted as the record of the Constantinople. After all, it was there at the time. No matter how much it was related to it, it could only be counted on its head. In addition to the ship, Ferdinand is more concerned about casualties. After all, as long as you have money, you can have as much as you want. Naval officers and soldiers with combat experience are rare. This is the most precious wealth. Has the casualty statistics come out? Ferdinand asked. Petrov said with a heavy heart. A total of 5,967 officers and soldiers participated in this naval battle, of which 1,063 were casualties, including 987 casualties of soldiers, 76 casualties of officers, and 23 missing. Search and rescue are still being organized. Ferdinand nodded and said, well, the casualties this time are a bit large. Compared with the naval powers, it seems that our navy still has a long way to go! Genius website address. Mobile version reading website, Chapter 287, Unification of the Allies 1. Due to the victory of the naval battle, the Ottoman navy was swept away, and it was a matter of time before landing on the Asia Minor Peninsula. The Asia Minor Peninsula, also known as the Anatolian Peninsula, is a peninsula in Western Asia with an area of about 50 square kilometers. It is bordered by the Black Sea to the north, the Aegean Sea to the west, the Mediterranean Sea to the south, and the Armenian Plateau to the east. It is mainly composed of the Anatolian Plateau and low mountains. The Asia Minor Peninsula is about 1,000 kilometers long from east to west and 400–600 kilometers wide from north to south. To the east, it can attack West Asia and control the center of the world island and the oil fields in the Middle East and the Caspian Sea. To the south, it can occupy North Africa and the Suez Canal area, and control the strategic shipping routes of the world. To the west, it can approach the heart of Europe and occupy the most developed economy and technology in the world. Region. To the north it could threaten Ukraine and Russia, directly into the breadbasket of Europe. Deploying a strategic force here really has the effect of being a tiger in one place and shocking all directions. The peninsula of Asia Minor is an important place in maritime military geography, and its importance lies first in its control over the Black Sea. For Bulgaria, if it controls the Asia Minor peninsula, then sitting on the two peninsulas is really strategically safe, and you can sit and watch the European situation. Under normal circumstances, Bulgaria should now go all out to attack the Asia Minor peninsula, but now Ferdinand really has no intention of going to the Ottomans to die. The reason is very simple: if the Ottoman Empire is to give up the Asia Minor peninsula, unless they are directly destroyed, the Sudanese government will always fight with you to the end. Don't look at the Ottoman Empire now sitting on millions of square kilometers of territory, but their core is still in the Asia Minor peninsula, where half of the Ottoman Empire's population and 70% of its industry and commerce. It can be said that once it landed, Bulgaria and the Ottoman Empire will never die. Considering the secret support of the Allies, Ferdinand doubted that once Bulgaria jumped into this giant pit, would it still be possible to get out? It's okay to play for a year and a half. If it dragged on for 3 years and 5 years, Ferdinand would have to cry. Based on the principle of finding soft persimmons, Bulgaria's primary target now is Libya, the enclave of the Ottoman Empire. Oh, in this era, Libya has not yet discovered oil, is so poor, and has a population of only a few 100,000. Except for Tripoli in the coastal area, you can never find a decent city. It's easy to fight, and it's easy to manage. Isn't it just a few nomadic tribes? When they bullied the Italians, they played at a super level. The Bulgarian army said that 3 infantry divisions and 2 cavalry brigades used anti-aircraft guns to kill mosquitoes. Ferdinand has no good way to deal with the nomads, but if there is one, the collective farm seems to be very suitable for them. No matter how many, first arrest all the people, and then slowly educate them. 1 or 2 years can't do it, just 10 or 20 years. If you really can't educate it, you can only. And Libya's 2 sides are Tunisia by the French and Egypt by the British. Bulgaria's operation has already won the support of the 2 countries. All materials can be obtained from the colonies of Britain and France, otherwise, only logistical transportation will be required, enough to give Ferdinand a headache. On April 26, under the escort of the Bulgarian Navy, the 60,000-strong army set off from Crete and marched towards Libya, landing in Tobruk and Tripoli respectively. The result, of course, was overwhelming. Although Bulgaria had been fighting with the Ottoman Empire for more than 2 months, the local defenders were still unmoved and unprepared. They were caught off guard by the defenders. Oh, even if you are ready, it is useless. It is more reliable to expect that thousands of people will be able to block the Bulgarian front! After receiving the news of Bulgaria's attack on Tripoli, the Sudanese government seemed very calm. Anyway, there has been a lot of bad news recently, and it doesn't care about more than this. What the hell are Tripoli and Cyrenaica to the Ottoman nobles? If you lose it, you will lose it, as long as it doesn't affect their happy life. But the Italians were in a frenzy. Originally, in the war between Bulgaria and the Ottoman Empire, they were still willing to be spectators. They were even ready to fall to the ground after the defeat of the Ottoman Empire. Unfortunately, the Bulgarians actually took the lead and took Tripoli away! Tripoli is close to the southern coast of the Mediterranean Sea and faces Sicily across the sea. It is a very important strategic location for Italy. In order to seize Tripoli, the Italian government began preparations as early as decades ago. The Austria, Germany and Italy Treaty of Alliance signed in 1882, the French-Italian Agreement in 1900. If there is no Ferdinand's butterfly effect, in other words, the Italians will sign the Italian-Russian agreement with Russia this year. Vittorio Emanuele III has long regarded Tripoli as the meat in the bowl, but he was robbed by the Bulgarians, and he is not angry. In fact, the Italians have long been ready to attack Tripoli. It's just that after the failure of the expedition to Ethiopia, the Italians were not confident in their opponent's strength, and they were a little bit afraid of the Ottoman Empire. It's different now. If Tripoli falls into the hands of the Bulgarians, it will be difficult to get it back. Take by force. This one flashed in Vittorio Emanuele III's mind, and now the Mediterranean still has the final say, and it is obvious that the actions of the Bulgarians have won the support of Britain and France. If it is impossible to seize it by force, it can only be done through diplomatic means. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is contacting Germany and Austria-Hungary. We are going to give Bulgaria a little color. What he didn't know was that the Germans also had the same idea, so the two sides hit it off, and the Italians thought they had a lot of face, and they were complacent on one side! In Vienna's Schönbrunn Palace, Franz Joseph I was still hesitating. He didn't know whether to join in or not. Although the rise of Bulgaria may threaten the interests of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the two countries have maintained good diplomatic relations and have cooperated many times. Now, once they join this operation, there will be no room for relaxation between the two countries. In the future, the military pressure of the Austro-Hungarian Empire on the European continent will be great, and it will face Russia and Bulgaria at the same time. As for bringing down Bulgaria all at once, everyone knows that this is impossible. Britain, France and Russia can tolerate Bulgaria being weakened, but they must not tolerate Bulgaria being destroyed, otherwise the advantages of the Entente countries on the European continent will cease to exist. But without joining together, can Boao live in peace? No one can answer his question. If Ferdinand was there, he would definitely say yes, fighting is killing people. Even if the world war breaks out, Ferdinand is still willing to fight a fake war with the Austro-Hungarian Empire. If he can, he hopes that the Austro-Hungarian Empire can be retained forever, so that the military pressure on Bulgaria from the European continent will be much less. Prime Minister, what do you think? Asked Joseph I. Your Majesty, the rise of Bulgaria is too fast. If it is not contained, it will be difficult to restrict them after they annex the Asia Minor Peninsula. The Prime Minister thought for a while and said the world is so big, and the rise of every country will face competition for resources. Even if Ferdinand has been looking for the Ottoman Empire's constant beating, it has attracted the attention of all countries. It's just that the Allies still need Bulgaria, and the expansion direction of Bulgaria is also in line with the strategic needs of the Allies. And only the three countries of Britain, France and Russia will support Bulgaria's actions, and Germany and Austria are different. Is that still imperialism? Well, I see. First lift the embargo on the Kingdom of Montenegro, Joseph I said lightly. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, chapter 288, Anti-Guarantee Alliance. With the entry of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, an agreement had been reached within the Allies to contain Bulgaria's expansion. However, since the current situation in Europe is confrontation between the two major alliances, it is impossible for the three countries to directly attack Bulgaria, otherwise a full-scale war between the two major alliances is likely to break out, which is unacceptable to everyone. After all, everyone is not ready at the moment, and the Germans have not reached their peak. Especially the gap in the navy is very obvious, not even the strength of a battle. Since the boss is inconvenient to appear, it is the younger brother's turn to appear. Therefore, persuading Romania, Greece, Montenegro and the Ottoman Empire to form an anti-guarantee alliance has become a top priority. The Ottoman Empire is the best way to do it. As long as someone is willing to help contain Bulgaria, they are all welcome, even if they pay a little price. It is acceptable to them. The question is Greece, Romania, and Montenegro, why would they take such a big risk to fight against the Bulgarians? Even if everyone has contradictions, but also consider the strength gap. The combined population of the three countries is less than 10 million, less than half of Bulgaria's. The industrial gap is even greater, less than a fraction of Bulgaria's. Even if the alliance provides equipment, and the three kingdoms can force 1 million troops, they still have time, right? Conspiracies at the top of your government can be kept secret, but can large-scale military mobilizations be kept secret? I am afraid that Ferdinand has just started to expand the army, and Ferdinand will know the news. Wouldn't Bulgaria be the first to attack? In addition to Romania, there are some strengths, Whether it is the Kingdom of Montenegro or the Kingdom of Greece, it is impossible to stop the attack of the main force of the Bulgarian army. Everyone knows this, therefore, it is easy to convince these three countries to join the anti-guarantee alliance, but it is difficult for others to take practical actions. After all, no one is a fool, whether they are Greeks or Romanians. The Kingdom of Montenegro may have a little more young people in middle school, but the King Nicholas I is not stupid, right? Your Majesty, the Italian minister has lodged a diplomatic protest with us, demanding my withdrawal from Tripoli. Foreign Minister Medvedev said lightly. Obviously, he did not take the Italians' protests to heart. If the Italians really want to take action, it is not the Italian minister in Bau who is here, but the Italian navy directly blocked the port of Tripoli. Ferdinand smiled lightly and said, "It's not impossible to tell the Italian if he wants Tripoli, but what can he get in exchange for it?" How could the changes of the allied countries hide from Ferdinand's eyes? Even high-level Germans and Italians cannot penetrate, but the Austro-Hungarian Empire really has no secrets to him. Tripoli may be of great significance to Italy, but to Bulgaria it is just a newly acquired colony. The strategic value is not as important as planting a small island in the Aegean Sea, and the economic value is no more than the income of a medium-sized city. With the attributes of Italian selling teammates, Ferdinand is looking forward to what kind of chips the Italians can come up with this time. Otherwise, even if Bulgaria can't keep Tripoli, Ferdinand will throw it to the British, and the Italians will be disgusted. That's right, the anti-guarantee alliance secretly planned by Germany. Ferdinand did not stop it, but was happy to see it succeed. Needless to say, Greece, who told them that their geographical location is so important, and they occupy so many islands, they still won't let go. Romania peeks into Bulgaria's northern Dobrog, and Ferdinand peeks into Romania's Danube plain. Well, Ferdinand has even taken a fancy to others, and Romania will put all of them in Bucharest. It was originally out of strategic security considerations, to avoid the edge of the powers, but unfortunately, it is really unavoidable now. Although the Kingdom of Montenegro is now considered to be Bulgaria's younger brother, it is a pity that this younger brother is not obedient, and he is engaged in things every day, and there are no small things that continue. Ferdinand has long wanted to beat them. If the Kingdom of Montenegro jumped backwards, Ferdinand would laugh. Everyone knows that the second-year teens have a lot of shit, then the Germans will have a headache, and the relationship with Austria-Hungary alone will not be able to coordinate. That's right, even if Ferdinand dared to break it, even if Montenegro jumped backwards, he would come back obediently later. The second-year Serbs in their country have already had a blood feud with the Austro-Hungarian Empire. How could it be possible to cooperate? Therefore, adding up so many unfavorable factors, Ferdinand does not think that the anti-guarantee alliance tossed by the Germans has any substantial effect! Things are often changed by people's will. Romania, which has been ignored by Ferdinand, joined the anti-guarantee alliance first. Why? It's all because of money. After the Balkan War, the Russians imposed double tariffs on Romanian agricultural exports in order to combat their competitors. After the Russo-Japanese War, the Russians withdrew from the Sea of Marmara and Bulgaria took over the strait, but this policy was continued. Oh, the Russian navy has withdrawn from the strait, but Ferdinand still has to give face. All import and export tariffs involving Russia are collected by themselves, and the French also have this treatment. That is to say, there is not much oil and water in this golden waterway now. Bulgaria is catching a Romanian family to squeeze it. It's no wonder that Kareli didn't explode. The bourgeoisie and landlord class in Romania all want to break this status quo, which prompted the Romanian government to make this decision. The Greek government, which is broken, is similar. After Bulgaria occupied Crete, the two sides tore their faces, and domestic anti-guarantee forces rose. George I, the king, had a lower and lower voice in the country, and he was too lazy to interfere, so he let the situation unfold. In the end, the Greek government also made this risky decision under internal pressure. Oh, Ferdinand was not surprised that these two joined the anti-guarantee alliance. The problem is that the Kingdom of Montenegro actually jumped backwards. I don't know what promises the Germans gave. In short, the Kingdom of Montenegro secretly joined the anti-guarantee alliance. You must know that the economy of the Kingdom of Montenegro has long been controlled by Bulgaria, and if Ferdinand sneezes, the Kingdom of Montenegro will have a financial earthquake. At the Royal Palace in Berlin, Germany, Wilhelm II is being briefed by the Foreign Minister on the Near East. Your Majesty, although the anti-guarantee alliance has been established, neither Greece, Montenegro, or Romania will send troops to help the Ottoman Empire. They don't dare to fight Bulgaria now, the Foreign Minister said worriedly. That's right, as Ferdinand expected, it's easy to build an alliance, but it's more difficult to send troops. If the four can win the battle together, it is estimated that everyone can unite for a while. But now the Sixth Army of the Ottoman Empire is the strongest among the four countries, but unfortunately it has lost its sea control and can only wait for Bulgaria to attack in place. The other three countries also have a good navy in Greece, but a fleet that has not allocated funds for 10 years. How much combat power is there? Can you imagine it? The foreign powers are not stupid. In order to make the Greeks pay their debts, the warships that were available in the Greek navy were disposed of as early as 10 years ago. Therefore, it is impossible to seize the dominance of the sea. If the three countries send troops now, it will be the top tank for the Ottoman Empire and attract Bulgaria to attack. William II frowned and asked suspiciously, why have the Bulgarians been making a fuss all the time, and haven't yet landed on the 6th Asia Minor Peninsula? That's right, from the start of the war to the present, Bulgaria has been fighting the Ottoman Empire, but it does not fight the Ottomans. In addition to attacking Libya, it just snatched a bunch of islands, and the decisive battle does not exist. The foreign minister explained, Bulgarians are still making diplomatic efforts. The Bulgarians want countries to recognize their sovereignty over the peninsula of Asia Minor, but we have firmly resisted it. Oh, hell, don't we recognize their sovereignty over the Asia Minor Peninsula, so they won't do it? William II asked in confusion. The anti-guarantee alliance has already been established, just waiting for the Ottoman Empire to hold back the main force of Bulgaria's 6th Army. Everyone will start tearing a piece of meat from Bulgaria. With such a stalemate as it is now, isn't this anti-guarantee alliance just a joke? That's right, now Bulgaria has mobilized more than 800,000 6th troops, but less than 100,000 people have actually invested in the war. With this army of more than 700,000 people, who would dare to act trashly? Yes. The Foreign Secretary replied affirmatively. He also explained, this war broke out too suddenly, and neither side had time to prepare. The Bulgarians may not have as much appetite as we thought. After eating the Aegean Islands, their strategy may have been completed. Therefore, what else can be obtained later? The Bulgarian government's expectations are not high. Unless the countries can recognize their sovereignty over the Asia Minor Peninsula, they will not go to death with the Ottoman Empire. William II shook his head and said jokingly, if we recognize Bulgaria's sovereignty over the Asia Minor Peninsula, it is estimated that the Sudanese government will jump with anger. Now we have tried our best, the Bulgarians are not willing to board 6, and we can't go there with them tied up. Let him do the rest, see what the Ottomans want. We are ready to mediate this war at any time. Obviously, this loss, for the Germans, is not worth mentioning. Wilhelm II did not take it to heart. After all, this is just a small part of the German world occupation. Your Majesty, perhaps the British need the Bulgarians to attack Asia Minor even more now, suggested the Foreign Secretary. Go on, William II said lightly. After the Sudanese government completed the reform, it established a new 6th Army with our help. The existence of this force has threatened the interests of the British in Egypt. At least their expansion in the Euphrates River basin has been affected by the stop it, explained the Foreign Secretary. William II thought for a while and said, yes, the Suez Canal is related to the lifeline of the British, and they really hope that Bulgaria can hit the Ottoman Empire. It seems that we have a common topic in this regard. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the London government will contact us to see if we can cooperate once. Obviously, William II has not regarded the British as the worst enemy at this time, otherwise he will think about how to break the British monopoly on the Suez Canal, not weaken Bulgaria. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, chapter 289, routines. Routines are everywhere. How could the Germans' diplomacy be so loud? How could they be able to hide from Ferdinand? Unfortunately, even if he knew about the Germans' plan, Ferdinand still had to go into the pit. The benefits are often proportional to the risks. The higher the risks, the greater the benefits. The Germans hoped to use the anti-guarantee alliance to contain the development of Bulgaria and at the same time keep the Ottoman Empire, but Ferdinand also wanted to find an excuse to attack his neighbors. As for the Ottoman Empire, such a good neighbor, why push him down? If the Ottoman Empire is really divided up now, then the expansion of Bulgaria will be blocked in the future. Could it be that Ferdinand can still snatch the spoils of war with Britain, France and Russia? Compared with the Germans' Near East strategy, the British's tactics are much more sophisticated. The Germans hope that Bulgaria will send troops to the peninsula of Asia Minor to create opportunities for the anti-guarantee alliance. What the British are most concerned about is not the local interests of the Near East. Instead, what they are most concerned about now is how to provoke contradictions between the Allies and the Allies, and use the contradictions between countries to achieve the British's strategic goal of containing the Germans. In this state, the Bulgarians may disembark at any time, and may even defect under the enticement of the Allies. This is what John Bull cannot bear. Compared with the challenger to check and balance the German world hegemony, the expansion of Bulgaria is insignificant. Now that Germany has actually delivered it to the door by itself, the two sides are interested in love and concubine, so naturally they hit it off. While John Bull cooperated with the Germans, he directly leaked the news to Bulgaria. This is equivalent to telling Ferdinand clearly, "Don't you want Asia Minor? Want Greece? Now is the chance. As long as you take the risk, your teeth are good enough, and your appetite is big enough to eat it, it's yours." Do Bulgaria now have such good teeth? The answer is, yes. But did Ferdinand have this appetite? Without a doubt, no. Now that the time of the World War is not far away, even if Bulgaria can swallow it, there is no way to digest it in a short time, let alone to enhance the comprehensive national strength. While the UK and Germany were using various means, no one noticed that the Italian minister to Bulgaria had secretly met with the Bulgarian foreign minister Medvedev twice, and the two sides still had a great conversation! Prime Minister Constantine said excitedly, "Your Majesty, the British have publicly recognized our sovereignty over the peninsula of Asia Minor, and have also tacitly acquiesced in our expansion to the Greek peninsula." In his view, the diplomatic recognition of the British Empire is undoubtedly of great significance. But in Ferdinand's view, unless Bulgaria really occupied Asia Minor, otherwise, the so-called diplomatic recognition has no substantive benefits. Ferdinand said earnestly, "The British really spared no effort in provoking a conflict between us and the Allies." To be honest, Ferdinand never thought that the United Kingdom would be so ruthless. The Asia Minor Peninsula and the Greek Peninsula would be thrown as soon as they were thrown, but the bigger the bait, the greater the natural risk. Oh, this also has little to do with the interests of the British in the area, not unrelated, far less than the Germans and French. John Bull is generous again this time. Compared with others, only Ferdinand knew that the issue of the Asia Minor Peninsula, it is likely to evolve into one of the main contradictions of the First World War, and the Anti-Protection Alliance has tied these countries to the chariot of the Allied countries in one fell swoop. After listening to Ferdinand's words, Constantine suddenly reacted. The Allies can condone Bulgaria's expansion, but the Allies can't. They can't keep watching Bulgaria bully their younger brother anyway. It is conceivable that the conflict of interests between Bulgaria and the Allied countries is inevitable. In the future, it will be difficult for Bulgaria to stay outside the mainstream conflicts in the world. Constantine thought for a while and said, "Your Majesty, The conflict between the Allies and the Allies is inevitable. Bulgaria will pull in sooner or later. Instead of passively joining, it is better to join in. Oh. Ferdinand smiled slightly and said, "It seems that I have entered a dead end, and the sky is falling, and the tallest person will hold it first!" Sure enough, it is the most suitable development direction for Bulgaria to be surrounded by enemies, otherwise our allies will be worried. According to the original plan, cooperate with them to perform a play. Instead of worrying about the world war, it is better to eat the meat in the mouth first. Anyway, the British, French, and Russians are the main forces in this war. Bulgaria seems to face many enemies, but the opponents are all weak chickens. As long as the Allies do not fail, Ferdinand does not have to worry about Bulgaria being defeated! In the game of the great powers, the most hurt is undoubtedly the small country. For example, the Kingdom of Montenegro was sandwiched between Bulgaria and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Nicholas I had great ambitions, but was unable to perform. Originally, the Kingdom of Montenegro moved closer to Bulgaria under the Russians' move to build a bridge, but when Ferdinand refused to support the Serbian Revolution, an indelible gap was left in the relationship between the two countries. Later, due to the economic blockade of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Bulgaria controlled the economy of the Kingdom of Montenegro, which made more people dissatisfied in Montenegro. The Prime Minister of Montenegro has publicly stated on many occasions that he wants to change his economic dependence on Bulgaria and break the status quo of working for Bulgarians. Obviously, the Kingdom of Montenegro is used to the selfless assistance of the Russians before, and they are not used to the support of Bulgaria in return now. So what Ferdinand took for granted became the main contradiction between Bulgaria and Montenegro. Prior to this, there have been trade frictions between the two sides. For example, the capitalists in the Kingdom of Montenegro raised the export price of timber uniformly. The capitalists in Bulgaria did not go to purchase for a year, and finally forced them to make concessions. The Kingdom of Montenegro also wanted Bulgaria to help them establish their own industry, but was rejected by Bulgaria. This is not a deliberate attempt by Ferdinand to make things difficult. There is no money, no resources, and no market. How can such a 3-0 kingdom achieve industrialization? In short, under this series of contradictions, the Kingdom of Montenegro has been thrown away by the Germans, and they have turned their backs. Oh no! Nicholas I's original idea was to sell at a price, hoping that Bulgaria could come up with better conditions to win over them. It is a pity that Ferdinand was not on the road, and directly closed the trade channel between the two countries. Then, getting on and off is easy. The Kingdom of Montenegro was unable to ride a tiger and had to bite the bullet and join the Anti-Protection Alliance. In order to strengthen the confidence of the Anti-Guarantee Alliance, on May 26, 1909, Bulgaria sent troops to the peninsula of Asia Minor and landed at Zonguldak, Bandarma and Karaburun respectively. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, chapter 290, routines. Routines are everywhere. How could the Germans' diplomacy be so loud? How could they be able to hide from Ferdinand? Unfortunately, even if he knew about the Germans' plan, Ferdinand still had to go into the pit. The benefits are often proportional to the risks. The higher the risks, the greater the benefits. The Germans hoped to use the Anti-Guarantee Alliance to contain the development of Bulgaria and at the same time keep the Ottoman Empire, but Ferdinand also wanted to find an excuse to attack his neighbors. As for the Ottoman Empire, such a good neighbor, why push him down? If the Ottoman Empire is really divided up now, then the expansion of Bulgaria will be blocked in the future. Could it be that Ferdinand can still snatch the spoils of war with Britain, France and Russia? Compared with the Germans' Near East strategy, the British's tactics are much more sophisticated. The Germans hope that Bulgaria will send troops to the peninsula of Asia Minor to create opportunities for the Anti-Guarantee Alliance. What the British are most concerned about is not the local interests of the Near East. Instead, what they are most concerned about now is how to provoke contradictions between the Allies and the Allies. and used the contradictions between countries to achieve the British's strategic goal of containing the Germans. /U000261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E. In this state, the Bulgarians may disembark at any time, and may even defect under the enticement of the Allies. This is what John Bull cannot bear. Compared with the challenger to check and balance the German world hegemony, the expansion of Bulgaria is insignificant. Now that Germany has actually delivered it to the door by itself, the two sides are interested in love and concubine, so naturally they hit it off. While John Bull cooperated with the Germans, he directly leaked the news to Bulgaria. This is equivalent to telling Ferdinand clearly, "Don't you want Asia Minor? Want Greece? Now is the chance. As long as you take the risk, your teeth are good enough, and your appetite is big enough to eat it, it's yours." Do Bulgaria now have such good teeth? The answer is, yes. But did Ferdinand have this appetite? Without a doubt, no. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon / I /U003E. The time of the World War is not far away now. Even if Bulgaria can swallow it, there is no way to digest it in a short time, let alone to enhance the overall national strength. While the UK and Germany were using various means, no one noticed that the Italian minister to Bulgaria had secretly met with the Bulgarian foreign minister Medvedev twice, and the two sides still had a great conversation! Xiong Constantine said excitedly, "Your Majesty, the British have publicly recognized our sovereignty over the Asia Minor Peninsula, and have also tacitly acquiesced in our expansion to the Greek peninsula." In his view, the diplomatic recognition of the British Empire is undoubtedly of great significance. But in Ferdinand's view, unless Bulgaria really occupied Asia Minor, otherwise, the so-called diplomatic recognition has no substantive benefits. Ferdinand said earnestly, "The British really spared no effort in provoking our conflicts with the Allies!" /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon / I /U003E. To be honest, Ferdinand never thought that the United Kingdom would be so ruthless. The Asia Minor Peninsula and the Greek Peninsula would be thrown as soon as they were thrown, but the bigger the bait, the greater the natural risk. Oh, this also has little to do with the interests of the British in the area, not unrelated, far less than the Germans and French. John Bull is generous again this time. Compared with others, only Ferdinand knew that the issue of the Asia Minor Peninsula was likely to evolve into one of the main contradictions of the First World War, and the anti-safeguard alliance tied these countries to the Allies in one fell swoop, on the chariot. After listening to Ferdinand's words, Constantine suddenly reacted. The Allies can condone Bulgaria's expansion, but the Allies can't. They can't keep watching Bulgaria bully their younger brother anyway. It is conceivable that the conflict of interests between Bulgaria and the allied countries is inevitable. In the future, it will be difficult for Bulgaria to stay outside the mainstream conflicts in the world. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon / I /U003E. Constantine thought for a while and said, "Your Majesty, the conflict between the Allies and the Allies is inevitable. Bulgaria will pull in sooner or later. Instead of passively joining, it is better to join in." Oh. Ferdinand smiled slightly and said, "It seems that I have entered a dead end, and the sky is falling, and the tallest person will hold it first!" Sure enough, it is the most suitable development direction for Bulgaria to be surrounded by enemies, otherwise our allies will be worried. According to the original plan, cooperate with them to perform a play. Instead of worrying about the World War, it is better to eat the meat in the mouth first. Anyway, the British, French, and Russians are the main forces in this war. Bulgaria seems to face many enemies, but the opponents are all weak chickens. As long as the Allies do not fail, Ferdinand does not have to worry about Bulgaria being defeated. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon / I /U003E ... In the game of the great powers, the most hurt is undoubtedly the small country. For example, the Kingdom of Montenegro was sandwiched between Bulgaria and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Nicholas I had great ambitions, but was unable to perform. Originally, the Kingdom of Montenegro moved closer to Bulgaria under the Russians' move to build a bridge, but when Ferdinand refused to support the Serbian Revolution, an indelible gap was left in the relationship between the two countries. Later, due to the economic blockade of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Bulgaria controlled the economy of the Kingdom of Montenegro, which made more people dissatisfied in Montenegro. The Prime Minister of Montenegro has publicly stated many times, to change the economic dependence on Bulgaria and break the status quo of working for Bulgarians. Obviously, the Kingdom of Montenegro is accustomed to the selfless assistance of the Russians before, and they are not used to the support of Bulgaria in return now. So what Ferdinand took for granted became the main contradiction between Bulgaria and Montenegro. Prior to this, the two sides had also experienced trade frictions many times. For example, the capitalists of the Kingdom of Montenegro raised the export price of wood uniformly, the capitalists of Bulgaria did not go to purchase for a year, and finally forced them to make concessions. The Kingdom of Montenegro also wanted Bulgaria to help them establish their own industry, but was rejected by Bulgaria. It's not that Ferdinand deliberately made things difficult. With no money, no resources, and no market, how could such a 3-0 kingdom achieve industrialization? In short, under this series of contradictions, the Kingdom of Montenegro has been thrown away by the Germans, and they have turned their backs. Oh no! Nicholas I's original idea was to sell at a price, hoping that Bulgaria could come up with better conditions to win over them. It is a pity that Ferdinand was not on the road, and directly closed the trade channel between the two countries. Then, getting on and off is easy. The Kingdom of Montenegro was unable to ride a tiger and had to bite the bullet and join the Anti-Protection Alliance. In order to strengthen the confidence of the Anti-Guarantee Alliance, on May 26, 1909, Bulgaria sent troops to the peninsula of Asia Minor, respectively in Zonguldak, Bandırma, and Karabrendon. Genius website address, mobile version reading website. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291. The Outbreak of the Second Balkan War. If you don't make a move, you'll do your best as soon as you make a move. In order to attack the Asia Minor Peninsula, this time Bulgaria formed a total of 3 fronts with a total of more than 600,000 people, regardless of priority, and launched attacks on 3 battlefields at the same time. The Ottomans couldn't stand Bulgaria's effort. What it looks like is what it looks like. As soon as it hits the battlefield, its true form is revealed. Although the Ottoman Empire has more than 300,000 new-style armies, in essence, this modern army is no different from the old-fashioned army. Those who eat empty sounds are still empty, and officers are still monopolized by nobles. However, due to the replacement of better weapons and equipment, the combat effectiveness was greatly improved than before, and the Bulgarian landing army in Bandırma was temporarily blocked by them. But the other 2 landing points, because they are not the focus of the Ottoman Empire's defense, the port of Karaburun has been occupied, and the Third Front Army has already entered Izmir, the important town of the Ottomans. Zonguldak was not much better. After the successful landing, the First Front Army did not blindly march towards Ankara, but instead expanded its territory, as if I was not leaving. Well, it was just pretending to attract the Anti-Guarantee Alliance to take the bait. How could Ferdinand really do his best? As long as you put enough pressure on the Ottoman government to make the Anti-Guarantee Alliance think that the main force of Bulgaria has been deeply trapped in the Asia Minor Peninsula, There is no need to fight with the Turks now. At this time, the Sudanese government couldn't take it anymore. Even if Bulgaria could not occupy the Asia Minor Peninsula, the most elite planes in the coastal areas would definitely not be able to keep it. The new Minister of War Zank said, "Great Sultan, the Bulgarians have taken the bait. Should we ask our allies for help?" I saw the Sultan said gloomily, "Trash, it's all a bunch of trash. Bulgaria has just exerted its strength. You can't stop it. The Sultan vented his dissatisfaction for a while, and still chose to ask the Anti-Protection Alliance for help, otherwise they would let the war go on in their own country, and even if they could win in the end, they would suffer heavy losses. Unfortunately, neither George I of Greece, Carol I of Romania, nor Nicholas I of Montenegro, are not fools. How could the three kingdoms do the matter of taking grain from the fire? Either the Bulgarian army was hit hard in the Asia Minor Peninsula, or the Bulgarians had already penetrated deep into the Asia Minor Peninsula and were pinned down, otherwise don't even think about them coming out. If this side is launched, Bulgaria will withdraw its troops directly from the Asia Minor Peninsula, and it will be too late for the three countries to cry. So everyone agrees that the Ottoman Empire should make sacrifices for the alliance and hold back the main force of the Bulgarian army. Time flies by, and in a flash, it's July. At this point, the Ottoman Empire had a very difficult time. Izmir to the west has fallen, Manisa is lost, and Salahi is crumbling. Bandamir, on the south bank of the Marmara Sea, is now finished, and Lake Kush has become Ferdinand's footbath. It was even worse along the Black Sea, where an important military location was lost in Skadar, and the Bosphorus became Bulgaria's possession. The Sultan government can still bear the loss of the site. Anyway, the Ottoman Empire is big enough to have land. The problem is the loss of the army. This made the Sudanese government difficult. After Bulgaria launched the landing war, in just 1 month, the 300,000 new troops of the Ottoman Empire lost half of them, and the losses of the old-fashioned troops were countless. No way, ordinary people have no idea of going to the national disaster with the Sudanese government, and many people even regard the Bulgarian army as liberators. Without the support of the people, conscription is a big problem. Don't look at the Ottoman Empire, which also has a population of more than 20 million, but every time it is about to be recruited, anyone who has a bit of news hides. Who is the Ottoman Empire? Military salaries have been deducted, and soldiers often can't even fill their stomachs. Who wants to do it? As for nationalism and doctrine, God ma dong dong, can I eat it? Belief, then you have to be even more careful, maybe they will fight first. As for patriotic youth, sorry, the country people love may not be the Ottoman Empire, at least except for the Turkish nobles. Most of the people have no sense of belonging to this country. The Prime Minister said with a wry smile, "Your Majesty, we can't fight anymore, otherwise we may not wait for the end of the war, and the government will be finished. If the Anti-Guarantee Alliance does not participate in the war, we will be ready to end the war." He is not talking nonsense. Since Bulgaria landed on the Asia Minor Peninsula, various contradictions that were suppressed by the Sudanese government have begun to erupt. While Ferdinand was on a military offensive, he certainly couldn't forget to use political means. For example, it provided loans to the major rebels of the Ottoman Empire, and promised that as long as they completed their independence, Bulgaria would recognize them as soon as possible. It is not impossible to negotiate even for the allied countries to support their founding. Anyway, it's all empty promises, and Ferdinand doesn't know how many preferential conditions the intelligence department has issued. The consequences that now the territory of the Ottoman Empire is full of wolves! The fact that the Ottoman Empire might collapse is no longer a secret, and anyone with a little discernment knows it. The Minister of War Popa urged, "Your Majesty, if this war continues, it will only take half a year at most, and the Ottoman Empire will inevitably collapse and disintegrate. If we attack with all our strength, this time will be even shorter. It will only take 2 months. We will be able to conquer Ankara in less than a month and a half. By then, the Asia Minor Peninsula will be ours." That's right. At this juncture where the Ottoman Empire could collapse at any time, Ferdinand actually asked the military to slow down the offensive, which naturally puzzled the military. Ferdinand asked back, "Then what? After the Asia Minor Peninsula is eaten, what will happen to the millions of people on the peninsula? Once the Ottoman Empire collapses, the great powers will surely swarm, and we have reached the limit of acquiring the peninsula of Asia Minor. Then we will have to worry about these millions of people every day, just like the current Ottoman Empire, plagued by rebellions every day." Popov asked suspiciously, "Isn't it all deportation, just like what we did before?" Ferdinand shook his head and said with a wry smile, "Time. The current international situation cannot give us so much time to digest the Asia Minor Peninsula. It is now the 20th century, and nationalism has begun to awaken. In the future, if we want to expand our territory, we have to find a way to find a new piece of land for the original owner of the land to live in, otherwise the internal contradictions alone are enough to make people collapse." The more he talked, the more depressed Ferdinand felt. He wanted to find a place to live for his enemies. This is cross-century news. But the countless examples of later generations told him that if he did not do this, the ethnic conflicts in the country would explode sooner or later. Can't he make up a national origin and withdraw from the relationship with the Turks? That's too nonsense. Relations between Bulgaria and Italy have also been strained because of Tripoli, and on July 6, the Italians advertised a month-long military exercise in the Mediterranean. This is the action of the Italians. In order to cheer up the anti-guarantee alliance, the Italians did their best to directly block the return of the Bulgarian navy, creating an opportunity for the Greek fleet to block the Aegean Sea. The actions of the Italians have undoubtedly given a boost to the anti-guarantee alliance. If the Italians block the coastline, the Bulgarian navy will be absent. Then the Bulgarian army in Salahi, after the war of the anti-guarantee alliance, could not return to the country to fight. The Ottoman Empire only needs to concentrate its forces and hold the other two roads, which will greatly reduce the military pressure on the anti-protection alliance. The only fly in the ointment is that there is only one short month. The unusual behavior of the Italians caught the attention of the Germans, who did not believe that the Italians could really block the Bulgarian navy for a month. After all, neither the British fleet in the Mediterranean nor the French fleet can match the Italians. Once Bulgaria appeals to its allies, will the Italians let it go or not? However, the actions of the Italians, after all, also relieved the military pressure of the anti-guarantee alliance, and the Germans did not say anything. When Ferdinand was taking his lunch break, Foreign Minister Medvedev hurried over and said, "Your Majesty, Greece, Montenegro, and Romania have just declared war on us." Ferdinand smiled slightly and said with satisfaction, "Oh, the fish has finally taken the bait. Let me know, I'll be going to the Congress to give a speech later." Both sides are calculating each other, but at the end, they still have to speak with strength. The weak eat the strong, and the fittest survive. This is the law of survival in the age of imperialism. If Bulgaria wins, then the seventh largest power in Europe will be born. If it loses, then continue to mix in the position of quasi-powers. Status depends on strength. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, Chapter 292. On July 8, 1909, Ferdinand expressed the famous declaration of self-defense in the Bulgarian Congress, directly labeling the anti-safeguard alliance as an aggressor. On the same day, Bulgaria handed in war letters to Greece, Montenegro, and Romania, respectively, and the Second Balkan War broke out. At the same time as the declaration of war, the armies of both sides were already fighting. Don't look at the fact that Bulgaria's main force seems to be in the Asia Minor Peninsula, but there are still 2 construction corps in the country, with a total of more than 300,000 people, and they can go directly to the battlefield with weapons. Although the combat power is not as good as that of the regular army, it is still invincible against the anti-protection alliance. Coupled with the domestic regular army of 100,000, and the Bulgarian army of 400,000 at the beginning of the war, they fought vigorously with the anti-protection alliance, and even gained the upper hand. Because of the sudden attack, The Anti-Protection Alliance did not have time to complete the full-scale mobilization. Greece sent 80,000 troops, Montenegro sent 70,000 troops, and Romania sent 300,000 troops, so they hurriedly attacked. The attack was not smooth, and instantly cast a shadow of failure on the Anti-Guarantee Alliance. If they can't fight and struggle, they will definitely be the first who can't support it. At this time, Nicholas I regretted the most. Like the First Balkan War, the army of the Kingdom of Montenegro stopped at Shkodër again. Nicholas I angrily ordered, "Give me an attack at all costs. Today I must take down the Shkodër fortress." The war has been raging for a week, but the most powerful kingdom of Montenegro in the Anti-Guarantee Alliance is still fighting hard under the Shkodër fortress. As for getting around here and moving on? Nicholas I was also a veteran of the battlefield. How could he not have thought of it? But he dare not. Ferdinand in Albania has divided many military nobles. As soon as the war broke out, they automatically assembled in villages and towns, and took up arms to defend their homeland and the country. The vanguard of the Kingdom of Montenegro will experience it at the beginning of the war. What a vast ocean of people's war, especially the people composed of a group of veterans with weapons. If Montenegro's army is not stable and steady, once the main force has passed, just wait for dumplings to be made. Bulgaria has no less than 30,000 retired officers and soldiers registered in the Albania region, most of which are the families and descendants of the group of military aristocrats who were enfeoffed in those years. It can be regarded as a gathering place for military families, plus the reservists who have undergone simple training. In just 1 week, Bulgaria has mobilized an army of 80,000 people here, and it is still expanding. Although the Kingdom of Montenegro is also mobilizing nationwide, in terms of war potential, they are not comparable to an Albania region. How could Nicholas I not be in a hurry? If it was delayed for another day or two, the Bulgarian reinforcements would arrive. The 10,000 defenders plus the 86,000 continued reinforcements. Even the Montenegrin kingdom sent 30,000 reinforcements to him, and he had no idea in his heart. What? If the difference in strength between the two sides is not large, and the Kingdom of Montenegro is at a disadvantage in terms of weapons and equipment, can the Kingdom of Montenegro still win this battle? As for why he wanted to die in the Albania region, Nicholas I was also forced to be helpless. In the area bordering the Kingdom of Montenegro and Bulgaria, in addition to Albania, there is only Kosovo. As the border between Bulgaria and the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Kosovo region has always been heavily populated. Even if the Balkans exploded for the second time, the 50,000 Bulgarian defenders still showed no signs of mobilizing. In the spirit of persimmons looking for a soft pinch, I didn't expect that the military aristocrats that Ferdinand entrusted would be so difficult to deal with. Oh, people can't do anything right now. The number of people in the family has increased, and the next generation of land is not enough. They are trying to find a way to expand the fief. Nicholas I brought the army to the door. If you don't beat him, who will you beat? Compared with the hardships of Nicholas I, George I felt nothing at all. There is no doubt that the Greek army on the front line has been defeated, but he is not moved at all, as if this is what he expected. No way, a king who is about to be completely overthrown. What's the use of thinking so much? In the middle of the night, he was reading a secret call from God. After reading it, George I set fire to burn the message to ashes. After reading the secret letter, George I fell into deep contemplation and couldn't sleep for a long time! The performance of the Greek Sixth Army this time directly made the Greeks lose their confidence. The 80,000 Greek Sixth Army was directly defeated by a Bulgarian garrison division in the Ypres military region. Activists in Greece, at this moment, collectively lost their voices and woke up. It's not that the Greeks didn't work hard. The problem is that in the First Balkan War, the Greek Sixth Army was almost wiped out. In the next 10 years, the restricted powers controlled the finances and failed to rebuild. Now that the war broke out suddenly, a group of peasants were recruited to put down their hoes, and before they had time to train, they went straight to the battlefield when they resisted the robbery. Undefeated is a strange thing. Well, after the defeat of the front line, The Greek government directly persuaded, and even the national mobilization was too lazy to carry out. Anyway, they lost. Why continue to waste the lives of the boys? It can only be said that the Greeks had their spines broken in the First Balkan War, and now they no longer have the courage to fight to the death. Oh, now that the war has come, Ferdinand is a little dumbfounded. He originally expected the Italians to sell his teammates and let the navy come over. Then withdrew the Third Front Army, outflanked the Greeks, first killed Greece, and then went to find the bad luck of Romania and Montenegro. As a result, before it started, Greece withdrew on its own. Well, this time only for cheap Italians. That's right, now that the Bulgarian navy has returned to the Aegean Sea from Libya, it wanted to catch the Greeks by surprise, but of course it can't be used now. However, Greece still has to fight, but only at the end. The Third Front Army in the west still has to draw some of them, and now it continues to advance to the Asia Minor Peninsula. It is completely unnecessary. Ferdinand thought for a while and said, order the third party to shrink the front, and send 5 main divisions back to China to participate in the self-defense counterattack. Although the Greeks did not perform well, the Kingdom of Montenegro and Romania still behaved normally. The ethnic groups in the Balkans are all fighting ethnic groups. This sentence is true. Even the Romanians in the plains are not to be provoked, and they attacked directly from the long border between the two countries. Mainly in the plains and the lower reaches of the Danube, the two sides are fighting fiercely. If the newly mobilized militia is used on a large scale, the losses to win this war will be huge. The World War is about to come, and Ferdinand still cherishes the lives of the soldiers. Now that the war has come, everyone knows that this anti-guarantee alliance is about to lose. After all, in the war between a small country and a big country, as long as the first wave does not win, and the opponent reacts later, there is basically no chance. The failure of the anti-guarantee alliance. Now the most worrying is not the Germans, but the Austro-Hungarian Empire. No way, in the Three Kingdoms alliance, only Austria-Hungary and Bulgaria bordered? No, after the war broke out, Ferdinand never dispatched one soldier and one soldier on the Boal border, but instead increased the army on the defense line? Obviously, this is to prevent the Austro-Hungarian Empire from taking advantage of the fire. Due to the disgraceful role played by the Austro-Hungarian Empire in this incident, it is certain that the diplomatic relations between the two countries will end there. Mediation? We must mediate immediately. For the Austro-Hungarian Empire, it is now necessary to find a way to maintain the strength of the anti-guarantee alliance, otherwise in the future, the Austro-Hungarian Empire will face the military pressure of Russia and Bulgaria, the two great powers alone. As soon as the Austro-Hungarian Empire moved, the Germans naturally moved, and they plan the war. If they don't intervene, it may not be long before their little brothers are finished. After all, no one knew that the Greeks would be so good, and the militias in Albania were so capable. Foreign Minister Medvedev said calmly, Your Majesty, the three countries of Germany, Italy and Austria have sent a diplomatic note, hoping to mediate this war. Ferdinand smiled slightly and said, So fast? They are too impatient. Where are the 5 divisions drawn from the Third Front Army now? The 6th Army Minister Popov immediately replied seriously, Just arrived in Razgrad, the vanguard can reach the front line tonight. Well, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs can find a way to delay the time first. If you want to negotiate, you must defeat the enemy before negotiating, otherwise, how can we get what we want? Ferdinand said lightly. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, chapter 293, coup, choice. Edward VII of London, who was holding a diplomatic conference, received diplomatic rhetoric from Bulgaria to invite the British Empire to mediate the Second Balkan War. This Balkan War is over so soon, Edward VII asked suspiciously. It is indeed a bit fast. The war between Bulgaria and the Ottoman Empire has been fighting for more than 2 months. But there is still no result. The Second Balkan War has been in full swing until now, less than half a month. The two sides will be ready to negotiate, really something unexpected. The foreign minister explained, Your Majesty, It's not so fast. There are still 2 weeks before the negotiation time given by the Bulgarians, and there may be a lot of things to happen in such a long time. Bulgaria sent us an invitation letter in advance, nothing more than to offset the diplomatic pressure from the Allies. I believe the French and Russians also received it. Edward VII thought for a while and said, "Oh, okay. It seems that our goal this time has been achieved, and the seeds of conflict between Bulgaria and the Allies have been successfully planted. I just didn't expect the Germans to jump out so quickly. They are afraid that they will be thankful for their efforts this time. After the younger brother asks for help, he will come out to help mediate, and he will take the initiative to mediate, and the harvest is often 2 different results. If it is the former, if you help, even if the younger brother still suffers loss of interests, he will also gain the gratitude of the younger brother. If it is the latter, the interests of others cannot be satisfied, and it is estimated that they will suspect that you have not done your best. The current situation is obvious. The Kingdom of Montenegro and Romania have not yet been defeated. If they are required to cede land or pay indemnity during the negotiation, it is estimated that they will also be dissatisfied with the Germans. However, this time, Ferdinand's appetite was a little bit bigger, and he was ready to defeat the Romanians. He was helping the Germans once. Unfortunately, the Ottoman Empire has not collapsed, otherwise, our profits will be even greater. Said the Foreign Secretary regretfully. Edward VII smiled slightly and said, "How good can the collapse of the Ottoman Empire be for Bulgaria? Ferdinand is not stupid. How could he really fight with them? Instead, I think Greece, Montenegro, and Romania are the real goals of this war in Bulgaria." The foreign minister asked in disbelief, "Your Majesty, this is impossible. How could the Bulgarians know in advance that the Second Balkan War is about to break out?" Edward VII said proudly, "Maybe, but these are not important. The situation is still under our control, as long as it does not affect our global strategy. Even if there are some changes, it is acceptable." He is arrogant and confident. At the beginning of his succession, Edward VII, who was over 50 years old, restored the British monarchy that was bleak due to Queen Victoria's long-term widowhood. He is also the last real monarch of the British Empire. Since him, the successor has no ability to fully control the country! Compared with the calmness of the British, the Germans are not good enough. There is no doubt that in the Near East, Germany's pre-planned strategy has failed, and the Berlin government has to appease in the face of Vienna's accountability. Yes, this time it was the German military who made a wrong judgment, overestimating the combat effectiveness of the Romanian army and underestimating the war potential of Bulgaria. As for the Kingdom of Montenegro and Greece, the Germans did not have much expectations. They mainly hoped that the Romanian Sixth Army, which was drilled by Germany, can quickly break through the defense line and achieve the strategic purpose of weakening Bulgaria. Wilhelm II is worried now, and he has also failed. Germany is also a big business. They can still hold on to a partial strategic failure. The boss is not so easy to be, if you can't even keep the younger brother, who will mess with you. The problem is that the defeat on the battlefield is a little too fast. If you want to negotiate, you must have a bargaining chip, right? Now that the 2 major alliances are facing each other, the Tiger Might of the Three Kingdoms alliance cannot scare Bulgaria. The new German Chancellor, Obaiden von Baden-Hollweg, said calmly, "Your Majesty, Bulgaria has agreed to our mediation, but they asked for the negotiation time to be 2 weeks later. Before that they would not agree. It will stop." Theobaden von Baden-Hollweg was a great and failed statesman in Germany at the beginning of the 20th century. 1909 to 1917 German Prime Minister, he opposed the war between the 2 major alliances and advocated diplomacy with the British. And fix it up with the Russians. Negotiations between him and Britain over a reduction in the navy failed due to opposition from Admiral Tirpitz, who was backed by Kaiser Wilhelm II. Efforts to re-establish the alliance with the Russians also failed due to the opposition of the domestic colonial aristocracy. After the Sarajevo incident in 1914, he worked with British Foreign Secretary Edward Grey to limit the war to the Balkans, but the German High Command had the best decision-making power, and his claim failed again. All in all, he is a failed statesman who has failed political reforms at home and failed foreign policy. There is no doubt that Theobaden von Bateman-Hall supported the establishment of an anti-guarantee alliance, but he also opposed war against Bulgaria. He believed that the greatest effect of the opposition alliance was deterrence, not war, but it still failed. After listening to Xiong's words, William II's face was very ugly. Obviously, he didn't buy it in Bulgaria and was very angry. "Humphrey, should we do something?" asked William II, trying his best to suppress his anger. Chancellor Theobaden von Bateman-Hall replied, "Your Majesty, we'd better do nothing now, even if the truce is negotiated immediately. As a loser, we must pay the price. But now the Kingdom of Montenegro and Romania have not given up and are making a last-ditch effort. The Greeks have been abandoned, and it is not worth our continued efforts to protect them. As for the Ottoman Empire, I want to wait for their new government to come out and then negotiate would be better." William II nodded helplessly, acquiescing. There is no way for the four little brothers, one is useless, and the three have to insist, and they themselves don't want to stop the war. What can he do? As for Greece, which has been abolished, it is naturally not under consideration. Everyone is very realistic in this era! At this time, Ankara, the capital of the Ottoman Empire, is no longer calm, and the Turkish Youth Party can no longer hold back. In parallel time and space, in 1908, the Turkish Al-Shabaab took control of the garrison in Macedonia, and in early 1909, a coup d'état took place. However, due to Ferdinand's butterfly effect, the Ottoman Empire moved its capital to the more conservative Ankara, and the exhibition of the Turkish Al-Shabaab was also affected. In Ankara, where the traditional aristocracy dominates, the influence of the Turkish Al-Shabaab is much weaker, but due to the continuous defeats on the battlefield, the troops in the Ankara region have also been continuously dropped to the front, which has created opportunities for them. Involving religious beliefs, 50,000 words are omitted here. In the royal palace of Sofia, Ferdinand is holding a meeting to discuss the impact of the coup d'état in the Ottoman Empire. Your Majesty, the Ottoman Empire has just had a coup d'état. The old nobles who are unwilling to fail will definitely fight back. This is our once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Popov, Minister of the Sixth Army, said excitedly. Your Majesty, I think it is time to negotiate with the Ottoman Empire immediately, otherwise they may reach a compromise because of our intervention. Only when the war is over, can they feel at ease fighting within themselves. The Chancellor objected. The Sixth Army Minister advocated continuing to expand the war, and he was supported by the Minister of the Navy, the Chief of the General Staff, the Minister of War, and the Minister of Defense. However, the Sixth Army advocates continuing to attack the Asia Minor Peninsula and turning it into the homeland of Bulgaria, while the Navy advocates attacking the weak Jordan, Syria and Kuwait areas of the Ottoman Empire. The Chancellor of the Exchequer advocated that the war should be ended as soon as possible, and this was supported by the cabinet. Well, the military advocates continuing the war, but the direction of the attack is different. The government's opinion is very consistent, just accept it. The final decision was thrown into the hands of Ferdinand. Rationally speaking, it is the safest to take it as soon as possible. Anyway, the benefits this time are enough, but if the war continues, the possible benefits are too attractive, which makes Ferdinand is hard to give up. After all, if you miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, until the outbreak of World War I, Bulgaria will have no chance to start again. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, Chapter 294, Strategic Transformation. Just as Ferdinand was hesitating, he was interrupted by bad news. On August 4, 1909, his mother, Princess Clementine, died. The news came very suddenly. They had lunch together at noon, but in the evening, a maid came to tell him that Princess Clementine had passed away. Ferdinand felt very abrupt. Princess Clementine's body has always been healthy, why do people suddenly say that it's gone? Originally, he thought that Princess Clementina should have lived a long time to escape the death catastrophe in 1907, but he did not expect that the world is impermanent, and after 2 years, she still died. Ferdinand was in a very bad mood. Although Princess Clementine was only the mother of the original owner, after more than 20 years of getting along, the two sides also developed a deep relationship, and now it's gone. Queen Xenia thoughtfully comforted, "Okay, my dear, cheer up, mother passed away peacefully. Is she still watching us in heaven?" Ferdinand nodded reluctantly. After crossing the road, he has seen a lot of wind and waves. He will not be knocked down by one thing so easily. The death of Princess Clementina still had a great impact on Ferdinand, and he became conservative in his actions. For this, the Ottomans should thank Princess Clementina, otherwise the Ottoman Empire may really be over. In fact, Ferdinand began to implement a conservative strategy, which is exactly what Bulgaria needs now. After reading Almost, it should be digested well. After more than 20 years of hard work, Bulgaria is no longer the impoverished small country it used to be, and there is no need to continue walking a tightrope. When starting a business, you need to be brave and work hard, and when you are in business, you need to be calm and steady. This is also true for a country. While Ferdinand was busy with the funeral of Princess Clementine, the battle on the front has also changed. The first unlucky kingdom was the Kingdom of Montenegro. Even though Nicholas I had great talent, this kingdom, which had just been established for more than 10 years, still had a lot of internal contradictions. After he failed to fully support the attack on the Albania region, the internal contradictions suppressed by his strong force began to intensify slowly. The economic dependence of the Kingdom of Montenegro on Bulgaria is not without cost. In the past 10 years, the Kingdom of Montenegro has also cultivated a group of pro-guarantor factions. They are all vested interests in the trade between the two countries and those who do not want this war to break out. If Nicholas I could win on the front, then this contradiction could continue to be suppressed. But the futility of the front aroused domestic dissatisfaction. Now the domestic situation in the Kingdom of Montenegro is already a powder keg. As long as there is a little spark, it will explode, and this spark will come soon. No way. Who told Nicholas I to choose to attack Albania this time? As the base camp of military aristocrats, everyone here is martial arts, and the goal of many people's life is to gain military exploits and become a real aristocrat. It is also a place known as the militia's combat effectiveness, comparable to the regular army. Due to the large number of military aristocrats, the strong ethos of martial arts, and the strong desire to fight, there is no shortage of retired soldiers and retired officers here. It is one of the fastest mobilization places in Bulgaria. Since Ferdinand has received the information, how could he not be prepared at all? At least weapons and ammunition have been secretly transported to the front line, so Nicholas I rushed in and faced a war machine that had been mobilized. In the first week of the war, the Bulgarian defenders could only defend, but in the second week, the two sides began to have park, and now the army of Montenegro, led by Nicholas I, has fallen into a disadvantage. The Prime Minister rushed to the front again and persuaded Nicholas I, "Your Majesty, withdraw your troops. While the Bulgarians are still continuing with Romania and the Ottoman Empire, we should withdraw now and negotiate with Bulgaria. Otherwise we will wait until something happens to them anywhere. We will then. Nicholas said with a wry smile, "Oh, I understand what you said, but don't you think it's too late now? We betrayed Bulgaria this time, and we were also regarded as traitors by the Allies. Now we can only go to the dark side with the Allies. If we betray the anti-guarantee alliance now, do you think the Allies can tolerate us? If not, will the Allies accept us? It's hard to ride a tiger." Now the Kingdom of Montenegro is in such an embarrassing situation. After all, this time, Bulgaria has been offended badly. Even the Russian Empire, which has always supported the Kingdom of Montenegro, is very dissatisfied with them now. Since the outbreak of the Second Balkan War, the St. Petersburg government has expelled the minister of Montenegro. The two sides cut off diplomatic relations, and told the Kingdom of Montenegro with practical actions that you have been abandoned. This also awakened the dream of Nicholas I. It is impossible for the Russians to support the Kingdom of Montenegro unconditionally, at least now they have chosen Bulgaria. Without it, It is determined by the national interest. The Kingdom of Montenegro cannot bring benefits to the Russian Empire, and Bulgaria is now the most important ally of the Russians in the Balkans. Whether economically, militarily, or even politically, both sides have great common interests. The Prime Minister continued to persuade, Your Majesty, but we have already paid a lot of casualties in this war. If it continues, after the main force is completely lost, I am afraid that we will also follow Serbia. Hearing Serbia, Nikolai trembled in his heart. The Kingdom of Montenegro has become what it is now, and it has nothing to do with Serbia. If it wasn't for the support of the Serbian Revolutionary Party, it would not have been so targeted by the Austro-Hungarian Empire all these years. He calmed down again. Now the Germans will never let the Austro-Hungarian Empire annex Montenegro, otherwise who would dare to be their little brother? However, Bulgaria may not dare, because of its confusion with the Allies. The Kingdom of Montenegro has become a traitor to the Entente. As a traitor, Britain, France and Russia are impossible to give them a head. Is it possible for the Allies to betray the Kingdom of Montenegro? Theoretically yes. The reason is very simple. The Kingdom of Montenegro is not yet a member of the Allied powers, but has just defected. Neither Germany nor the Austro-Hungarian Empire regards them as their own. At this point, the Kingdom of Montenegro is similar to Greece, and neither is the direct line of the Allies. If you look at the status of the four countries of Montenegro, Greece, Romania, and the Ottoman Empire in the hearts of Germans, Romania is the earliest younger brother of the Germans and the closest relationship. The Ottoman Empire is the most powerful and most valuable of the four countries. Greece is the weakest of the four, but its strategic location in the Mediterranean is important. The Kingdom of Montenegro is the most embarrassing existence among the four kingdoms. Nikolai didn't have much time to tangle, because the Bulgarian army had already started a counteroffensive, and now there are 110,000 troops in the Albanian military region, and the strength of the two sides has been reversed. Karelai on the other side was not easy. After the main force of Bulgaria arrived on the battlefield, the Romanian army was beaten and retreated. Because behind him is the capital of Romania, Bucharest, Karelai held high the banner of defending the country and promised a lot of conditions to the soldiers. But something happened to his rear again. The peasant uprising in the Brasov region broke out again. Since Karelai came to power, the endless peasant uprisings have always been a problem that has plagued the Romanian government. On the one hand, it comes from the serious exploitation of the peasant class by the Romanian government, and more importantly, it is due to the greed of the domestic aristocrats and landlord classes. In parallel time and space, the peasant uprisings that Karelai suppressed in his life were no less than double digits, and two of them were influential, almost threatening his rule. Not to mention this plain, because of Ferdinand's butterfly effect, Romania's agricultural exports have been hit hard. The life of the Romanian government, the aristocracy, the landlord class, and the bourgeoisie is not easy. The life of the ruling class is not easy, and the life of the people at the bottom can be imagined. In order to maintain their decent life, naturally they can only further increase the exploitation of the peasant class. From the purchase price of wheat, it can be seen that in 1896, the purchase price of wheat in Romania was 286 lei per ton, about 11.44 pounds. By 1909, the price of wheat in Romania was 216 lei, 8 pounds and 64 pence, per ton. Over the past 10 years, the domestic food price in Romania has dropped by nearly a quarter, but the international food price has not declined, but has risen slightly. Although there are also factors that have contributed to the increase in the cost of Romania's grain exports due to the increase in tariffs, the most critical factor is the exploitation of the peasant class by the bourgeoisie. The problem is that the Romanian government has not taken measures to ease the burden of the peasant class, but instead continued to adopt the high taxes in the past, which further intensified social contradictions. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, Chapter 295, Conditions. There are no idiots in successful politicians, and Karelai is no exception. When it is time to admit it, admit it. and call the boss directly when you can't do anything. Face and so on, in the eyes of politicians and interests are not worth mentioning, especially when it comes to themselves. Since he was about to admit his cowardice, of course, Karelj did not intend to continue fighting with the Bulgarians. If he did not have this army in his hands, why would he keep his throne? He is a good king in the eyes of the bourgeoisie, but his reputation among the people is not very good, and Karelj did not think that a group of mudlegs would care about any international influence. Decisively began to shrink the line of defense. In just a few days, the main Romanian army retreated to the capital Bucharest, and fought a battle to defend the capital. Bucharest is located in the central part of the Wallachia Plain in southeastern Romania, on the banks of the Denbovica, a tributary of the Danube. It is the largest city in Romania. Karelj recklessly started the defense of the capital, and it was Ferdinand's turn to be dumbfounded. Do you still want to attack? If they attack, the Bulgarian army will inevitably suffer heavy losses. The most important thing is that in a short period of time, the Bulgarian army may not be able to conquer Bucharest. If it does not attack, then Romania, the largest city, will be saved. What cannot be obtained by force can be obtained at the negotiating table. This does not apply to the current Balkan countries. War Minister Popov suggested, Your Majesty, now that we have surrounded Bucharest, we can conquer the city in just 1 month, and the Wallachia Plain is ours. The Wallachia Plain, also known as the Lower Danube Plain, is located in southern Romania, from the north to the front of the Carpathians, to the south to the Danube. It is about 120 kilometers wide from north to south and 400 kilometers long from east to west. The climate is mild and the land is fertile. Ferdinand knew that many people in the military were greedy for this place. According to Bulgarian practice, as long as the Wallachia Plain was obtained, a group of military nobles must be sealed in the border area. Many people are eyeing this place. As for whether Bucharest can be conquered within a month, it is difficult to say. If the Romanians resist desperately, it may be possible to drag on for 3 or 5 months. This is the figure that Ferdinand deduced based on the grain storage in Bucharest. After all, this is the Balkans, and Ferdinand dare not underestimate the tenacity of any nation. Ferdinand thought for a while and said, Forget it. Since the Romanians want to defend Bucharest, let them do it. Order the troops to take the opportunity to take Craiova, Slatina, Slobozia and other places, turn Bucharest into an isolated city, and negotiate with the Romanians. In the end, Ferdinand decided to put the Romanian issue behind. After all, the current international situation is already very serious. In the case that the First World War is about to break out, it is still the most important thing to preserve strength. As for Romania, it has already boarded the ship of the Allied countries, but are you still thinking about getting down? Even if they want to be neutral, Ferdinand will drag them into the war at the first time. In the face of the attack of the two countries, even Austro-Hungary can't stand it, let alone Romania. It's a pity to think about Ferdinand. This time it's equivalent to letting go of the two enemies of Romania and the Ottoman Empire at the same time. As for the Kingdom of Montenegro, this little one is really not in the eyes of Ferdinand. As soon as the war is over, the group of middle-aged teenagers in the Montenegro kingdom will find that they have been fooled. The allies are not so easy to mess with, and the contradiction between them and the Austro-Hungarian Empire cannot be eliminated in a short time! Just after dealing with the Romanian issue, Foreign Minister Medvedev brought another message, Your Majesty. The Italians want us to honor our agreement and hand over Tripoli to them. Ferdinand nodded and said, Understood. Tell the Italians that Tripoli can be handed over to them, but in the subsequent negotiations, they have to favor us, or at least remain neutral. Now the Italians can send someone to take over the political affairs of Tripoli, but the Bulgarian army will not start to withdraw until the negotiation is completed. Ferdinand couldn't believe the integrity of the Italians. If he didn't have chips in his hands, who knows what else would happen next. As for whether the Italians will take action against other parts of Libya, Ferdinand said, in addition to Tripoli, there are still several oases along the coast of Libya this year, and the rest are sand. unless the Italians are crazy and will go for a pile of sand, and war with Bulgaria. Oh, the area of these oases is not too small, adding up to a total of tens of thousands of square kilometers, but it seems that apart from farming, there is nothing else you can do. Oil that thing, now there is no shadow, otherwise, it will not be Bulgaria and Italy's turn, and they will have been divided up by Britain and France! Time passed in a hurry, half a month has passed, and the negotiation time agreed by Ferdinand and the countries has come. This negotiation took place in Constantinople, which was also deliberately arranged by Ferdinand. As for what it means, it can only be understood and unspoken. On August 28, 1909, the negotiations were held in Constantinople as scheduled, with all delegations in place. Britain, France, Germany, Austria, Italy, Russia, the 6 major European powers, and Bulgaria are the protagonists of this negotiation. As for Greece, Montenegro, Romania, and the Ottoman Empire, their right to speak is already very low. At the beginning of the negotiation, Bulgaria and the 6 major powers held consultations. After the attitudes of the countries were clarified, it was the turn of the 4 defeated countries, the Anti-Safety Alliance, to express their opinions. As a victorious country, at the beginning of the negotiations, Bulgarian Foreign Minister Medvedev made conditions: 1. The 4 countries admitted defeat, apologized to Bulgaria, and paid £110 million of war reparations, of which, £96 million from the Ottoman Empire, £6 million from Romania, £4.5 million from Montenegro, and £3.5 million from Greece. 2. Ottoman Empire ceded Tripoli and Cyrenaica, Libya area, Zonguldak, Eskişehir, Afyon, Antalya, almost 1/3 of the peninsula of Asia Minor, which directly turned the Marmara Sea into an inland lake, and the islands and the Aegean Sea to Bulgaria. 3. Greece ceded all the islands to Bulgaria, including the Peloponnese, and Bulgaria acquired the suzerainty of the Kingdom of Greece. 4. The Kingdom of Montenegro cedes Trboa and Ivangrad to Bulgaria. 5. Romania cedes the Wallachia Plain to Bulgaria. Well, after looking at the conditions put forward by Bulgaria, everyone found that none of the previous 5 items could be afforded by the Anti-Guarantee Alliance. Oh no, the representatives of Romania, Montenegro, and Greece said, if the land is not ceded, the war indemnity can be accepted, and the specific amount needs to be further discussed. However, the Ottoman Empire delegation directly chose to ignore it. Before the war could not start, Bulgaria had asked for a huge indemnity of £80 million. Now it is impossible to talk about it. In this case, they can't afford £8,000 anyway, and they still can't afford it. For the ceded land issue, they can agree to other regions except Asia Minor. There is no doubt that these are impossible for Bulgaria to agree to. After mobilizing millions of people and fighting a war, how is it possible that this little benefit can be fed? Of course, if the land cannot be ceded, the Anti-Guarantee Alliance is willing to pay hundreds of millions of pounds in war reparations at one time, and Ferdinand can also agree. But this is completely impossible. If they have so much money, it is estimated that this war will continue. Even recruiting mercenaries is enough to entangle with Bulgaria for a few years. This point can be referred to the Boer Republic, who smashed hundreds of tons of gold and entangled with the British on the battlefield in South Africa for several years. The sky is the asking price, and the money is paid back on the ground. Everyone knows this. Anyway, it is impossible to negotiate successfully at one time. From the results of the first round of negotiations, we know that Greece, Romania, and the Kingdom of Montenegro all attach great importance to the territory, and they are still pinning their hopes on the Allies to put pressure on Bulgaria. The Ottoman Empire is rich in experience. Since modern times, they have come all the way to cede land and pay indemnities. As long as it is not the core territory, it can be negotiated. The main reason is that they can face the reality, knowing that after the navy is over, Libya, the Aegean Islands, the meat that has entered Bulgaria's mouth, It is impossible to spit it out. But in the core territory of Asia Minor Peninsula, they don't want to give even an inch. The Turkish Youth Party that just came to power is not stupid. It is troublesome enough to be neighbors with newly emerging powers like Bulgaria. If Bulgaria can gain a foothold in the Asia Minor Peninsula, then maybe in a few years, they will move the capital again. Ferdinand combined the intelligence feedback from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and analyzed it, and found that it was probably the easiest to negotiate with the Kingdom of Montenegro. No way. Who said that the Kingdom of Montenegro has nothing worth peeping at? Ferdinand. The land is all mountainous and has little strategic value. Genius website address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 296. Darkness decaying. Issues that cannot be resolved at the negotiating table should be resolved under the negotiating table. In fact, as long as the Allies let go of their mouths, Ferdinand's goal can be achieved. As for the Anti-Guarantee Alliance's own opinion, it doesn't matter. In order to achieve the real strategic purpose, Ferdinand threw out this series of smoke bombs, just to confuse the six major powers and focus their attention on the negotiations to cover the actions of the Bulgarian army on the Greek peninsula. Before the negotiation started, the Bulgarian army had already occupied most of Greece, and after the negotiation started, taking advantage of the home field advantage, Ferdinand cut off the contact between the delegations of various countries and the Greek mainland, and won 3 days. Covered the actions of the Third Front Army, which had just been drawn from Izmir, namely, landing on the Peloponnese, and occupying Piraeus, turning Athens into an isolated city. Other areas have been occupied before, including Evia. The Greek delegation that got the news is now protesting to Medvedev angrily, but unfortunately Medvedev is also an old fritter. How could they accept it? In the face of the Bulgarian Foreign Minister Medvedev, the head of the Greek delegation, Prime Minister George Theotokis, was powerless and could only appeal at the negotiating conference in an attempt to gain the support of the foreign powers. Gentlemen, during the days on negotiating, Bulgarian troops have raided Greece, landed in the Peloponnese, and occupied Piraeus. The Bulgarians are a blasphemy against peace. They did not take the negotiation conference in their eyes, and violated international practice. We hope that all countries can uphold justice and stop this. Russian Representative Paul Ivanov interrupted Prime Minister George's tirade, saying, "We deeply regret what happened on the Greek peninsula, but now that it has happened, let's continue today's negotiations." His proposal was supported by Britain and France, and even obtained the acquiescence of Italy, Montenegro, Romania, and the Ottoman Empire. Only the Germans and the Austro-Hungarian Empire raised objections. This result made Prime Minister George Theotokis very chilled. It was normal for the Allied countries to support Bulgaria, but the silence of the other three countries of the Anti-Guarantee Alliance and the Italians undoubtedly told him that the countries were ready to sell out the interests of Greece to satisfy the interests of Bulgaria, thereby lowering the conditions in other areas. In fact, the same is true. In the following negotiations, Bulgaria's attitude towards the other three countries softened, as if to tell everyone that the main purpose of Bulgaria this time is the Greek peninsula. After the adjournment, Prime Minister George Theotokis protested to the three allies of Montenegro, Romania and the Ottoman Empire, expressing strong dissatisfaction with their betrayal. Oh, as for the four countries of Britain, France, Russia, and Italy, they are all foreign powers, and the Greeks can't afford it, so they can only pretend that nothing happened. At the same time, the three countries of the Allied powers also held a secret meeting. The representatives of Germany and Austria-Hungary expressed strong dissatisfaction with the silence of the Italians. Changed. Mr. Antonio, what do you mean by your country's performance today? We need a reasonable explanation, said German Foreign Minister Pilov, dissatisfied. Although the representative of the Austro-Hungarian Empire did not speak, his expression had already betrayed his attitude, and he also needed a reasonable explanation from the Italians. Italian diplomatic representative Antonio Sarandra said calmly, "Mr. Pilov, our Italian attitude has not changed from beginning to end, and we will be consistent with your country's position in this negotiation. This is beyond doubt." As for today's matter, it is entirely for the common interests of everyone that we have made a temporary decision. Now that the Bulgarians have occupied the Greek peninsula, and they have the support of the Allied powers, it is probably impossible for them to withdraw from our diplomatic pressure alone. Everyone knows that it is impossible for our three countries to start a full-scale war for the sake of the Greeks. Now that the established facts have been created, if the Bulgarians can make concessions on the issues of the other three countries, it is not unacceptable to give up Greece. Bialev's attitude towards the Italians was also helpless. Although it was emotionally difficult to accept the Greeks, he had to admit that Antonio had a point. The Bulgarians have already occupied the Greek peninsula, and even if the Triple Alliance wanted to interfere, it would be beyond the reach. The Germans were too weak in the Mediterranean and could only rely on the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the Italians. The Italians have made it clear that they will not start a war for the Greeks, let alone the Austro-Hungarian Empire. They can't expect their army to push it all the way, right? The most important thing is that Greece is too weak. As the weakest country in the anti-guarantee alliance, even if their geographical location is very important, their practical value is the lowest. No way, even if the Allies are willing to help them, the strength of the Greeks cannot stop the two Bulgarian infantry divisions. Once the war breaks out, they will be finished immediately. What can such allies be used for? The powers are very realistic. In front of feelings and interests, of course, interests are more important. The Ottoman Empire is undoubtedly of the highest strategic value to the Allies now. They have the greatest war potential. They can contain the Russians and Bulgaria at the same time, and they can also threaten the Suez Canal. They cannot be given up. The second is Romania, which has a certain strength and can join forces with Austria-Hungary to deal with Bulgaria and the Russians. The Kingdom of Montenegro and Greece are both dispensable existences. The Kingdom of Montenegro was just bought by the Germans. The Greeks were forced by Ferdinand. They belong to the existence of low loyalty, and they are not allied countries. True ally. At least Austria-Hungary did not regard Montenegro as an ally, and the Italians did not regard Greece as a thing! When the Allies were negotiating internally, Medvedev was not idle. This time, Bulgaria quietly did it behind the backs of other countries. Although Britain, France and Russia chose to support Bulgaria due to the relationship of allies, they would definitely be in their hearts. There are dissatisfaction, these are still need to appease. Well, simply put, it's a bribe. After all, before the negotiation started, everyone reached an agreement, and the positions of the countries had been determined. What Medvedev had to do was to settle the representatives of the countries, otherwise they would learn from the Italians and be silent once, enough for Ferdinand to endure it. The autonomy of these diplomatic representatives is very large, and Ferdinand did not spend less energy in order to make Antonio Serendra, a right-wing member, the head of the Italian delegation. Now the harvest is also obvious, and the performance of others is also very strong. That is, they are deliberately letting Bulgaria become bigger and stab the back of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. In the eyes of these extremists, fighting the Austro-Hungarian Empire and retaking the Trentino region and the Grizza region is the primary task, and the rest are clouds. Oh, and this is one of the reasons why the Italians suddenly betrayed the Allies after Antonio became prime minister. After all, being an ally with the old enemy of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Italians' feelings are not so easy to accept. In this emotional country, personal feelings can often transcend national interests! Genius website address, mobile version reading website, Chapter 297, Peninsula Strategy. Although the Greek peninsula is now occupied by Bulgaria, the 1.78 million Greeks on the island and the 600,000–700,000 Ottomans imprisoned by the Greeks need to be dealt with. If one is not handled properly, it may explode. After all, Ferdinand paid great attention to the international image, and it was impossible to send all the Greeks to concentration camps, but the Greeks whose nationalism had been deeply rooted were obviously not so easy to integrate. It took only one infantry division to defeat the Greeks' Bulgaria, and now Ferdinand has sent 3 infantry divisions to occupy the Greek peninsula. This is still under negotiation. The Greeks do not yet know the purpose of Bulgaria. They also hope that the foreign powers will exert pressure to force Bulgaria to withdraw from the Greek peninsula. The civil resistance is not very fierce. After all, as early as 10 years ago, the Ottoman Empire used the heads of 400,000 to 500,000 Greeks to teach them a lesson that resistance will kill people. Hard bones were basically dead in the last war. Time has not passed, and everyone has not forgotten the horror of the Ottoman army, so now they dare not provoke the Bulgarian army, for fear of causing another killing. Even the active sophomores have quieted down. They have also experienced that era. They have left terrifying memories in their minds as children. Now they are lured out again. They are quietly hiding and trembling! Ferdinand knew that the Greeks were cowardly, but it didn't mean that they didn't dare to resist. But now Bulgaria has not challenged their bottom line, and the most important thing is that they have not damaged the core interests of interest groups. But this will soon change. When the Greeks discover Ferdinand's true purpose, they will certainly not be ruled willingly. Resistance is a matter of time. At this time, Ferdinand was having a headache about how to deal with the problem of the Greeks. After all, the contradiction between Bulgaria and Greece can no longer be eased. It is better to eliminate this hidden danger earlier. Now that the Greek peninsula has also been included in our pocket, if there is no accident in this negotiation, all countries will acquiesce to our annexation of the Greek peninsula. But what should the Greeks do with it? Do you have any suggestions? Can you talk about it? 6th Army Minister Popov took the lead and said, "Your Majesty, we can learn from what the Greeks did to the Ottomans before and send them directly to concentration camps to contribute to the construction of Bulgaria." Naval Minister Petrov added, "Your Majesty, to open overseas colonies now requires a lot of labor. Why don't you send them?" The military suggestion made Ferdinand roll his eyes. What a joke. There are quite a few Greeks. Although there are only 1.7-8 million in the Greek peninsula, there are quite a few Greek ethnic groups scattered all over the world, and people are making trouble. Bulgaria's international image is all over. Although the foreign powers of this era have no international image, Ferdinand still pays attention to the influence. At least after leaving the Near East, Bulgaria's international image is still good around the world! Xiang, what's your opinion? Ferdinand continued to ask. Constantine thought for a while and said, "Your Majesty, the Greeks are very difficult to deal with. The best option is to send them all away, or even find a new place for them to build a country. Only they can't stay in the Greek peninsula. Just look at the Serbian region ruled by the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Even if the rebellion is suppressed, the situation has not stabilized." Ferdinand nodded in satisfaction. This was the solution he wanted. How can others be snoring on the side of the couch? Well, it's good to say that as long as the Greeks stay in the Greek peninsula, they are a hidden danger. If you want long-term stability, it's better to get them away. Think about it. What place is it suitable for the Greeks? Ferdinand showed his attitude since Ferdinand's previous plan was to turn the Sea of Marmara into an inner lake. Greece only planned to cede some islands, and did not consider dealing with the Greeks. But later he thought about it carefully. It is very difficult to realize this strategy now. At least the Russians do not want Bulgaria to control the Black Sea Strait. The St. Petersburg government is also very interested in this strait. If the two countries are jointly managed, then after the outbreak of the First World War, the Russians will be able to obtain enough materials from the outside world. By then, the Allied countries will win the war ahead of schedule. After the war, Bulgaria will directly face those who have no vitality. Tsarist Russia. Thinking of this terrible result, Ferdinand felt terrified, so he temporarily gave up the strategy of expanding to the peninsula of Asia Minor and turned to the Greek peninsula. After all, for the sake of the Greek peninsula, Ferdinand began to make diplomatic preparations as early as 10 years ago, and successively settled 4 of the 6 major powers in Europe. During the Russo-Japanese War, Ferdinand and Edward VII conducted insider trading on the issue of the Greek peninsula. and the two sides reached a consensus. The Legal Security Treaty and the British Security Treaty clearly defined the Greek peninsula as the sphere of influence of Bulgaria. In the earlier Russian-Bulgarian alliance, the Russians also promised to support Bulgaria's expansion in the Balkans, including the Greek peninsula. I just reached a deal with the Italians. After all, Tripoli is of extremely high strategic value to the Italians, and it is not so easy to get it. Oh, of course, in these transactions, Ferdinand did not directly tell anyone that Bulgaria would incorporate the Greek peninsula into the mainland. Those words might have to be considered again. This is the core reason why Ferdinand was so eager to get the Greeks away. Anyway, as long as there are no Greeks on the Greek peninsula, even if the foreign powers are dissatisfied with Bulgaria's annexation of the Greek peninsula, they can only recognize it with their noses. Before that, the most important thing is to move some Greeks to leave, and then move some Bulgarians in, and when the powers appear, it also creates an established fact. It is estimated that the World War will almost break out at that time, and no one can care about the small problem of the Greek peninsula. The 6th Army Minister Popov suggested, "Your Majesty, why not Libya? The most valuable port city, Tripoli, has been given to the Italians, and it is completely worthwhile to exchange the remaining oases in the coastal area for the Greek peninsula." Navy Minister Petrov quickly objected, "No, Libya is our only overseas colony. If we just give up like this, where will our face be? To settle the Greeks, we can think of a way to the Ottoman Empire. They want to keep the peninsula of Asia Minor. How can they do it without paying the price? Just let them provide a piece of land and settle the Greeks. Right? Anyway, the Ottoman Empire is a big family, and it is not a waste of land to place such 1 million or 2 million Greeks. It is just a small problem for them. Well, Ferdinand knows that the reason why the dispute is so fierce is, in the final analysis, a high-stakes dispute. This is unavoidable for every major country. Although Bulgaria is a six-power country, its unique geographical location requires him to have a large-scale navy. This is a reality that every peninsula country must face. All the seas must be done. It's just that the focus is different. Spain, Italy and Bulgaria face similar situations in this regard. Oh, and the French count too. Taking into account the needs of future strategies, Ferdinand chose to support Petrov. After all, Bulgaria's naval power is very low now. If they don't give them a reason to show, Bulgaria will not even have a voice in the Mediterranean region in the future. Once there is a conflict with the big country, everyone can directly block the Aegean Sea, so don't even think about it in Bulgaria. Anyway, I have to take a bite of the Ottoman Empire this time. Whether it is indemnity or ceding land, it is okay to hand over the choice to the Ottoman Empire. If it is not possible, then consider Libya. Genius website address, mobile version reading website. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298, Negotiation. When Ferdinand abandoned the Strait strategy and switched to the Peninsula strategy, the next negotiation would be much smoother. For the Germans, if they can sacrifice Greece to keep the Ottoman Empire, it is completely acceptable. Now the ruling party of the Ottoman Empire, the Turkish Youth Party, their performance is still very satisfactory to the Germans. Perhaps the German government is also ready to continue the historical practice, help the Ottoman Empire complete internal reforms, train a real new army, and relieve the pressure of the Allies on the Eastern Front. It is no surprise that the first negotiator to complete the negotiation was the Kingdom of Montenegro. Since the differences between the two sides were not very big, Medvedev took over the request of the Kingdom of Montenegro to pay the war reparations instead of ceding the land. Of course, the indemnity figure was slightly increased. On September 15, 1909, Medvedev, on behalf of the Prime Minister of Bulgaria and the Kingdom of Montenegro, signed an armistice peace treaty under the witness of various countries, the Paul-Montenegro Armistice Treaty, that is, The Treaty of Constantinople of Montenegro Treaty. The treaty stipulates, since the signing of the treaty, the two countries will officially end the war. The Kingdom of Montenegro will pay Bulgaria a one-time indemnity of £4.8 million for the war, which can be paid in kind, and the insufficient part will be paid by loans provided by the Allies. At this point, the Kingdom of Montenegro officially withdrew from the Second Balkan War. After the news came out, Nicholas I, who was far away in Podgorica, was deeply relieved. Then began a hard life of debt repayment. Don't look at the small number of £4.8 million, which is equivalent to 120 million levs, but for this small mountainous country with a population of only more than 1.2 million, it is equivalent to carrying 100 columns on the back per capita, the foreign debt of FU, which is equivalent to 3 months of their gross national product. However, in comparison, the Kingdom of Montenegro is not bad. Romania is a bit hard, and the Bulgarian army has occupied a large area of the city. Of course, it is impossible to let go easily. Bulgarian Foreign Minister Medvedev said calmly, "Okay, this is our final condition. Romania either cedes Sliboza and Constanta, about 3,000 square kilometers, and pay £6 million in war reparations, either cede the Craiova and Slatina areas, about 14,000 square kilometers, without paying war reparations. Either pay a one-off war reparations of £53 million, or not cede the land." At this time, Romanian Foreign Minister Barnas could only look forward to German Foreign Minister Pilov, hoping that the Germans could stand for them. Pilov did not disappoint him. He acted as a peacemaker and said, "Mr. Medvedev, your country's asking price is too high, and the Romanian army did not cause much harm to your country in this war. Judging from the loss of your country, it will not exceed £3 million, even if you add £10 million of reparations for war expenses, it is enough. As a responsible big country, we hope that your country should show the sincerity of peace and don't let hatred continue." Medvedev said solemnly, "No, Mr. Pilov can't calculate it like this. Due to Romania's invasion, we have mobilized a total of 300,000 troops, 260,000 people, and consumed a lot of materials. This is our list, Mr. Pilov, please take a look at it. What's the problem?" After speaking, Medvedev took out a thick stack of documents from the document bag, and there was a chapter of statistical tables on it. As follows: calculated according to Bulgaria's national product, 750 levs per person per month consumes 420 million levs of wealth every month. In addition, during the war, we also have to pay military expenses. Based on the most basic calculation of 150 levs per person per month, the monthly labor salary expenditure is 84 million levs. As well as the cost of weapons and ammunition, we calculate a whole number of 100 million lev. From the outbreak of the war on July 8 to September 16. A total of 70 days, the total daily expenditure, 42,030 plus 8,430 equals 16.8 million lev. 70 days, 1,680 times 70 equals 1.176 billion levs, a total of 1.276 billion levs, equivalent to £51.04 million. After a while, Medvedev added, "By the way, the casualty compensation has not been calculated, and the panic caused to the people due to the war has affected the normal economic operation of Bulgaria. We have not yet accounted for this part of the loss. Statistics out. If you can wait 2 or 3 months, I think this part of the loss has been calculated, and we will discuss compensation again. It should be more accurate." After listening to Medvedev's words, Romanian Foreign Minister Barnas almost fainted. Waited 2 or 3 months, at £672,000, 16.8 million levs, a day. Who the fuck can afford to wait? If you want to calculate war reparations like this, you should have said it earlier. We absolutely signed the peace treaty on the first day. It should not be the front line that fails, and immediately admits counsel. Then July is over, and more than £10 million are still within Romania's tolerance range. Now, more than 50 million, it is really unaffordable. Oh, he also knew that this was just an excuse made by Bulgaria on purpose. The reparations were fake. and the ceding land was the real purpose. After all, Bulgaria's military meritocracy system, Barnisk, has long been heard, and did not get enough land, so what should the officers and soldiers do about the division? Well, what surprised Barnisk was that German Foreign Minister Pilov was silent. Obviously, the conditions proposed by the Bulgarians were within his tolerance, and he hoped Romania could accept them. After all, if the land is ceded, the first case is only more than 3,000 square kilometers. This number is really not much. Even if the compensation of £6 million is added, it is not too much. Moreover, this indemnity does not need to be paid directly. As long as the Romanian government is responsible for relocating more than 200,000 people on this land, it can offset most of it. This condition is not excessive. After thinking about it, Romanian Foreign Minister Barnisk said, "Please wait a moment, I will send this condition back to the country and wait for the final decision in the country." After speaking, he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he only paid more than 3,000 square kilometers of land to end this war, and he could explain it to the country! Seeing that Romania also passed the border easily, the representative of the Ottoman Empire, SYNOPSIS, was also relieved. Now there are no Greek representatives in the venue. It is obvious that the Allies have given up Greece this time, but this is not the same as he's okay. Dead Taoist friends do not die. Poor Taoists. Even if Bulgaria directly annexed Greece, he would not object. It is an honor for the Greeks to be able to exchange the interests of the Greeks for Bulgaria's concessions to the Ottoman Empire, isn't it? Now that the Turkish Youth Party has just come into power, if it cannot sign a decent peace treaty, how can it explain to the people of the country? Unfortunately, now the Ottoman Empire no longer has the strength to continue the war. Otherwise the Turkish Youth Party that just came to power would not mind using this war to solve the hidden dangers in the country. The Romanian representative needs to ask the country for instructions, and the negotiation has to continue, and then it is the turn of the Ottoman Empire. Medvedev did not deter and said directly, "If your country can provide enough compensation, we can withdraw our troops from the Asia Minor Peninsula. But this compensation must be exchanged for equal value before we can accept it." The conditions proposed by Medvedev this time surprised SYNOPSIS. This is playing football. What is the equivalent? For the Ottoman Empire, the Asia Minor Peninsula is the most important existence, and there is no equivalent at all. Indemnity? It is a pity that the Ottoman Empire is very poor now. Even if the Turkish Youth Party came to power and ransacked their homes, these funds are the funds for the future development of the Ottoman Empire, and it is impossible to use all of them to pay war reparations. The most important thing is that in this war, the Ottoman Empire fell into a passive position in public opinion from the very beginning, and was killed by a few idiots. Because of the feelings of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, even the Germans could not help them. Excuse. There is no doubt that it must be ceded. As for how much to cede and where to cede, SYNOPSIS would not dare to call the shots alone. Mr. Medvedev, this war was provoked by the previous government, we express regret, and we are willing to take responsibility for it. Everyone knows that the previous government was a decadent feudal dynasty, run by a bunch of idiots, and they all paid the price for it. We can't blame ordinary Ottoman people for what a few idiots did. It's immoral. SYNOPSIS resolutely chose to take the blame. Anyway, it is no problem to introduce the corrupt Sudanese government to take responsibility. Instead of arguing with Medvedev about the responsibility of the war, it is better to be humble and to win the sympathy of all countries. After all, the image of the Turkish al-Shabaab in the eyes of the public is much better than that of the Sudanese government. The most important thing is that the mastermind behind Bulgaria's previous request for investigation has now died in the coup. Even if SYNOPSIS admits it, Medvedev can no longer demand the surrender of war criminals! Facts have proved that SYNOPSIS' approach is very effective. At least everyone sees his eyes to be milder, and there is no murderousness at the beginning. Medvedev said with a smile, "Mr. SYNOPSIS is right, that's why I can get to the negotiating table. Otherwise, even if we hit Ankara, we won't let the real murderer go." But the war has already happened. and your government still has to take full responsibility for this war. As for what price to pay, everyone understands. There is no need to pretend. Now that we hand over the right of choice to you, isn't that our greatest sincerity? If you want us to give up the peninsula of Asia Minor, then your country must cede another piece of land of equivalent value to us, or pay the equivalent currency as war reparations. We accept lev, pound, franc, mark and other common currencies of various countries. Of course, the lira is fine. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, Chapter 299, Treaty of Constantinople. Negotiations are still going on. Karolai, who was besieged in Bucharest, was deeply relieved after receiving the final stop condition from Bulgaria. The result was better than he had expected in advance. The Bulgarians have no lions to open their mouths, and their territorial requirements are only more than 3,000 square kilometers, although the important port city of Constanta is included. As for the so-called apology, relocation of people, war indemnity, etc., they were all ignored by Karolai. These are all subsections. Call back to Barnisk and accept all the conditions of the Bulgarians. After speaking, Karolai was relieved. On the other side, Ankara, the capital of the Ottoman Empire, was undergoing a fierce quarrel at this time. First quarreling over whether to accept the conditions of the Bulgarians, and then arguing over which place to cede. In short, the Turkish Youth Party, which has just gained power, is very naive in this regard, and its internal contradictions are also very prominent. The radicals are too idealistic and advocate not giving in an inch. They believe that the Germans will not let the Ottoman Empire collapse, and they can use diplomatic means to force Bulgaria to make concessions. On the other hand, the statists hold the opposite view. They believe that Bulgaria has the support of the Allied powers behind it, and the Allied powers have limited support for the Ottoman Empire. Mainly because the Germans have limited strength in the Near East, it is difficult to form a substantial threat to Bulgaria. And the Austro-Hungarian Empire was already an old enemy with the Ottoman Empire, and because of the death of the Austro-Hungarian envoy, he was very dissatisfied with the Ottoman Empire, and it was a fool's errand to expect them to fully support the Ottoman Empire. The Italians' Sixth Army, they do not look down on it. Although the navy is good, it is still the Allied power in the Mediterranean region. The Italians promised to intercept the Bulgarian navy in the early stage, but ended in vain under the intervention of Britain and France. It is the best proof. It was not until the Germans showed their attitude that the two factions ended their quarrel, but there was a conflict immediately over a new issue: what place to cede in exchange for Bulgaria's withdrawal from the Asia Minor Peninsula. For several days, everyone waited for the reply from the Ottoman government, not to mention the Bulgarian foreign minister Mitev. Even the representatives of various countries were impatient. The Ottoman government has been slow to reply, which makes everyone very dissatisfied. Anyway, you have to have an attitude to negotiate, right? You have to throw something out for a bargain too, don't you? Can't keep dragging it all the time? At this time, Ferdinand was the most leisurely one, and the negotiations with the Ottoman Empire could not end. It doesn't matter, it's just convenient for robbery. Don't think that the Bulgarian army is really innocent. That just prohibits private robbery, and robbery of ordinary people. As for the family property left by the nobles who have fled, isn't this an unknown thing in Ferdinand's eyes? Unknown things, of course, have to be taken away. Not only the cities of the Ottoman Empire, but also the occupied Romanian cities were basically looted. The only thing that hasn't been touched is the wealth of ordinary people. They don't have any money anyway, so they're not worth it, and it's easy to cause public anger. In order to stabilize the place, every time the Bulgarian army goes to a place, it will seal up all the granaries first, release food to the citizens uniformly, and control the place by controlling the food. Anyway, it left a mess for the Ottoman government. The longer time passed, the bigger the mess. If the Turkish Al-Shabaab is smart enough, they should end the war as soon as possible and resume production, otherwise the future will see millions of people need to live on government relief food. But it didn't take long. Under the diplomatic pressure of the major powers, the efficiency of the Ottoman government was forced to improve, and the two sides returned to the negotiating table again. Time passed in a hurry, and more than half a month passed in a flash. The Constantinople Peace Conference came to an end on October 1, 1909. In the witness of representatives of various countries, Bulgaria and the four countries of the Anti-Guarantee Alliance signed a cessation treaty respectively. Namely, Armistice Treaty between Bulgaria and the Ottoman Empire, Armistice Treaty between Bulgaria and Romania, Armistice Treaty between Bulgaria and the Kingdom of Greece, and Armistice Treaty between Bulgaria and the Kingdom of Montenegro. Treaty of Tandinaburg. The Armistice Treaty between Bulgaria and the Ottoman Empire included: 1. The Ottoman Empire acknowledged the defeat of the war, apologized to Bulgaria, apologized to the families of the victims, and paid £200,000 to the families of casualties. 2. The Ottoman Empire ceded islands in the Aegean Sea, Tripoli and Cyrenaica, Libya, Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, and Palestine to Bulgaria. Note: Jordan and Palestine have some areas. At that time, it belonged to the sphere of influence of the United Kingdom, not among them three. Within 3 months after the signing of the treaty, the two countries will complete the handover and release the prisoners of war unconditionally. That is, the Bulgarian army will withdraw from the Asia Minor Peninsula, and the Ottoman Empire will give up its sovereignty over the above areas. 4. In the extradition treaty, the Bulgarian side will not be embarrassed for the people in the above regions who are willing to return to the Ottoman Empire, and will provide them with certain convenience. The Armistice Treaty between Bulgaria and the Kingdom of Greece includes: 1. The Kingdom of Greece admitted the defeat of the war, paid £500,000 of war reparations to Bulgaria, and made an apology. 2. The Kingdom of Greece ceded the entire country's islands to Bulgaria, including a series of islands such as the Peloponnese. 3. Bulgaria acquired the suzerainty of the Kingdom of Greece, and the Kingdom of Greece was downgraded to the Principality of Greece. 4. All political and diplomatic activities of the Greek government shall be carried out under the supervision of the Bulgarian government, and Bulgaria has the right to handle international affairs on behalf of the Greek government. The Bulgaria-Romania Armistice Treaty includes: 1. Romania admits the defeat of the war, apologizes to Bulgaria, and pays £600,000 of war reparations. Note: Romanian migration expenses can be deducted from the reparations. 2. Romania cedes the Slobozia and Constanta areas, about 3,000 square kilometers, to Bulgaria. The Romanian government is responsible for relocating people to leave within 3 months. Those who fail to leave within the time limit will automatically renounce their Romanian nationality. Deal with migrant workers. 3. After the end of the war, the Bulgarian army will be evacuated from Romania within 1 month, and the prisoners of war will be released by both sides. The signing of the Treaty of Constantinople marked the end of the Second Balkan War and the establishment of Bulgarian hegemony in the Near East. The Kingdom of Greece was completely reduced to a colonial state, and it also laid the law for Bulgaria to annex the Greek peninsula in the future. Base. In the royal palace of Sofia, Bulgarian Foreign Minister Medvedev reported to Ferdinand, "Your Majesty, the above is all the results of this Constantinople Peace Conference." Ferdinand nodded and asked with concern, "What is the attitude of the powers this time? The contradiction between them has reached that stage again?" Medvedev thought for a while and said, "According to the analysis of our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the conflict between Germany and France is already very fierce. Almost the Germans support it, but the French oppose it. The energy of the French has been completely pinned down by the Germans, and there is no objection even to our acquisition of Syria. Of course, it is also possible that the value of Syria is too low to deserve the attention of the French." Among other powers, the conflict between Britain and Germany also seems to be escalating, but the performance is not obvious, and it may continue to escalate in the future. The relationship between the Allies does not seem to be as good as we imagined. The conflict between the Italians and the Austro-Hungarian Empire seems to be likely to explode at any time. Of course, it is not ruled out that they deliberately released smoke bombs. It is also worth noting that the conflict between Russia and Austria-Hungary is easing, judging from the information we have received. The Germans are now also winning over the Russians, and it seems that no progress has been made yet. Ferdinand nodded. These situations are similar to the conflicts between countries in the history of parallel time and space. However, due to the rise of Bulgaria, the international situation has undergone earth-shaking changes. Ferdinand couldn't help but don't care. What if something happened and Bulgaria was trapped in it? Well, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has done a good job this time. All our strategic goals have been achieved. The foreign powers have not realized our real goals, right? Ferdinand said with a smile. Medvedev thought for a while and said, Your Majesty, please rest assured that our negotiations were conducted in accordance with European practices, and no doubts were raised. By the way, after the negotiation, the representative of the Ottoman Empire put forward an application to us to attract the more than 700,000 Ottomans in Greece, and we also set a time to negotiate specifically for this issue. Ferdinand is about to be happy. He knows that the governing power of the Turkish Youth Party is much stronger than that of the Ottoman bureaucrats. It is normal to be able to recognize the importance of population. He doesn't care about these. Even if the Turkish al-Shabaab is open, it is useless, and the world war is not far away. In just a few short years, it is completely unrealistic to want to turn an agricultural country ruled by feudal aristocrats into a modern industrial country. As for the Ottoman government's emphasis on population, Ferdinand said, it doesn't matter. Anyway, when the World War broke out, the Ottoman Empire could not escape. Not to mention an increase of hundreds of thousands of people. Even if the Ottoman Empire adds another 8 million people, it will not be enough to change the historical trend. He is having a headache over the resettlement of the more than 2 million people in the Greek peninsula. The Ottoman government's extradition of civilians is equivalent to directly reducing the problem by 1/3, and it is much simpler to deal with the follow-up work. Okay, the Turkish Youth Party has also done a good thing, reaching an extradition clause with them as soon as possible. When necessary, we can also provide him with some help to send these people away as soon as possible. Ferdinand said happily. The two sides hit it off. Ferdinand was worried that these staying on the Greek peninsula would cause trouble for Bulgaria's future rule. The Ottomans were also worried that the main ethnic group was not enough. After all, these more than 700,000 Ottomans are their die-hard supporters. The Ottoman government was also worried that these people were working as coolies for the Greeks before. If they continued to stay on the Greek peninsula, wouldn't they be working as coolies for the Bulgarians in the future? Wouldn't this be funding the enemy? The two sides look at the issue from different angles, and the conclusions they draw are naturally different. This can be regarded as a win-win deal. Everyone gets what they need. Genius website address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 300, Killing with a Knife. As soon as the war ended, the Bulgarian government was busy again, and a celebration banquet was indispensable. But this time is a bit special. Everyone knows that Ferdinand is in a bad mood recently because of the death of his mother, Princess Clementine, and no one dares to harass him. Therefore, in this celebration, he was not seen from the beginning to the end, but this did not affect everyone's good mood. Anyway, there are still so many rewards, and there will be no reduction in it. Of course, the domestic newspapers still have to brag about it. How could a victory like this be enough for them to brag about it for more than half a year? Anyway, from the king to the soldiers, workers, peasants, from the government to the army, from the collective to the individual, inside and outside, the media will blow it all over again, to satisfy the curiosity and vanity of the people. Of course, Ferdinand is still the protagonist this time. As the greatest emperor in Bulgarian history, there is no one. He has enough capital for people to admire. Coupled with the fueling of public opinion, in the eyes of the Bulgarian people, Ferdinand is already a great existence second only to God, and has been deified by man. Oh, in fact, Ferdinand has recovered a long time ago. After all, Princess Clementine is in her 70s, and she is considered to have a long life in this era, and she walked very peacefully. Life, old age, sickness and death are human nature. Ferdinand, who has lived in 2 lives, can understand this better. After saying goodbye to Princess Clementine, he recovered. It was just because he was too lazy and didn't want to participate in so many social events, so he used this as an excuse to show that he was in a bad mood. Anyway, his reputation has reached the peak now. It doesn't matter if he goes or not, and he doesn't need to rely on these small tricks to buy people's hearts. The West is not the same as the East. A queen mother like Princess Clementina has never participated in politics. Her death has little influence on the outside world, and it is even more impossible for the whole people to wear sacks and filial piety and effect private weddings and funerals. If you insist on saying anything, it will be a major blow to the royalists of the Orleans family in France. With the loss of an important member of the royal family, the influence of the Big Six in Europe will decline again. However, these were optional for Ferdinand, and he did not intend to support the restoration of the royal family of Orleans. After all, the French Republic has been established for so many years, and the Royalist Party has been divided into several factions. How could the restoration be successful? Oh, the most important thing is that after the death of Princess Clementina, the right to the throne bid farewell to him, and Ferdinand will naturally not join in foolishly! In the royal palace of Sofia, Prime Minister Constantine held a thick stack of documents and was excitedly introducing to Ferdinand, "Your Majesty, our cabinet plans to divide the Aegean Islands into 4 regions, namely: 1. Crete and its affiliated islands are divided into the Crete region, supplemented by the port of Heraklion on Crete. 2. Islands such as Rhodes, Carpathos, Southern Sporades, Great Solivno, Calnupia, etc. are divided into the Calpa region, which is located in the port of Kairovarza, Rhodes. 3. Islands such as Evia Island, Kixas Islands, and Northern Sporades Islands are divided into Scythe region, and the residences on Skyros Island. 4. The islands of Levos, Chios, and Lemnos are divided into the eastern region, and the residences in Mytilene, Levos. The island of Corfu in the Mediterranean is directly divided into the Epirus region, and the Ionian Islands and the Peloponnesian Peninsula are divided into a separate region, the Ionian region, which is located in Sparta! Ferdinand pretended to listen carefully. In fact, he didn't know the names of many islands, let alone know the specific conditions of the islands. Now Bulgaria can also be said to be the country of 1,000 islands. The Aegean Sea is also called the multi-island sea. It is said that there are more than 60 islands. Of course, this number is not accurate, because many islands are short-lived, and they will be submerged by seawater today and tomorrow! But now in Bulgaria, there are more than 200 islands suitable for human habitation, and there are no less than 6,000 islands in size. The largest island of Crete has an area of 83 square kilometers, and the smallest may not be as big as a bed. With so many islands, just remembering the name is a problem, even if it is an island suitable for human habitation. Ferdinand has no way to remember it. The Bulgarian government has to govern these places, which is naturally a hassle. The division of administrative regions was obviously set up by the government for the sake of ruling. Ferdinand, who was not clear about the specific situation, simply handed it over to the cabinet. "Well, let's divide it like this first. If you think it's inappropriate in the future, you can adjust it again," Ferdinand said lightly. "Yes, Your Majesty." Constantine replied, "However, what about the residents of the island?" The Ottomans are okay to say that the Turkish Youth Party, which has just been in power, wants to do something and is already extraditing civilians. The Greeks are in trouble. If we move them all away, the islands will be deserted. Now the people in the country are not interested in moving to the islands to live. Even if we increase our publicity efforts and promise to provide housing and subsidies for immigrants, everyone is only interested in a few big islands, and most of the small islands have no sign-up at all. Ferdinand couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. The island that the rich in the future are eager to buy has now become a hot potato. Ferdinand thought for a while and said, "Forget it. For the small islands without any special resources, let them be deserted first. Anyway, they won't run away. We just need to open some valuable islands. As for the Greeks, Let's find a way to let them leave. The large population of the Greek peninsula is not easy to act trashly for the time being, but there are thousands of people on these small islands. Let's get them away first. According to the original plan, send them to Syria and the Ottomans to be neighbors. After all, the colony over there is open, and now it still needs a lot of manpower. Well, Ferdinand is cheating again. The First World War is about to come, and the Ottoman Empire will definitely attack Syria in a big way. With Bulgaria's current strength, it is difficult to resist the Ottoman invasion in Syria. Therefore, Ferdinand will not invest much resources anywhere in the short term. Sending the Greeks over is considered a murder by a knife. Theoretically, the Greeks could also jointly occupy Syria with the Ottoman Empire and seize the Bulgarian colonies. However, this may only exist in theory. As long as you think about the experience of Armenians and the changes in the distribution of Greeks, you will realize how cruel the ethnic cleansing carried out by the Ottoman Empire in World War I was! Even Ferdinand's attitude towards the overseas colonies was that he could follow the rules and give up if he couldn't keep it. After the war was over, he would recover the lost ground. Anyway, from the perspective of this era, the colonies in Bulgaria's hands are all rotten land, and there is not much economic value in existence, except that there is no shortage of deserts. That is, there is no boundary for what you want. Constantine said hesitantly, "Your Majesty, is it too wasteful to do this? Can we wait for our immigrants to arrive before sending the Greeks away, so as not to be abandoned for a long time?" Ferdinand interrupted Constantine's words and said in an unquestionable tone, "No, we must pay attention to the image of the government, and some things should be done in advance. The local residents will definitely not leave willingly. Now that we are still under military control of these islands, even if something happens, it is difficult for the outside world to know the specific information, and it will not work later. Once the order is restored to normal, it will be difficult to keep it secret. You don't want the whole world to know that we are forcibly exiling the Greeks." That's right, exile. Compared with the Aegean region, Syria in this era is a back country. Okay, Your Majesty, we will finish it as soon as possible, and strive to send all the residents of the island away before 1911, Constantine said solemnly. Genius website address, mobile version reading website. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.